Good morning and welcome along to the Modus Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where one of the best ever Group A's we have ever seen comes to its culmination this morning, and it sees Wesley Plaisir have a 6-point lead at the top of the table, a couple of wins today, and he is guaranteed a place into finals night. Watching all of the action alongside me today is primetime Matthew Edgar. And Matt, we speak a lot about Group A's. We say this has been a decent Group A, this has been a good Group A. This has been a great campaign from all 6 players.
It really has. And we're not just talking from a statistical point of view, which are some phenomenal numbers, by the way, a daily average of over 90 yesterday for the collective group. But in regards to the stories, the head-to-heads, the twos, the throws, the finishing, everything has just made such a very good watch.
The thing is, you look at the numbers, and we'll break it down a little bit more in commentary as the day goes along. Usually when you see a player like Wesley's numbers, you think he's the only player in the group that's going to have those numbers. Then you see Victor have an average of over 97 yesterday. Then you see Andy Bowen have an average of 95 for the day. Cam Crabtree was 4th in the averages list with an average of 89.5.
Which normally is what we'd say is what's needed to win a Group A. So the stats really do back up what we're saying in regards to this group. And one thing that we can say is I expect to see Saturday dominated by the players that are playing this group. I think whoever goes into Group C and B, I think they're probably going to navigate their way through.
Well, let's talk about the runners and riders at the top of the table, and in particular Wesley Plaisir, who's been the standout player as far as Group A is concerned, dropping just 1 game in 10 and is a couple of wins away from qualifying for finals night. And yesterday, again, a really impressive day.
I'm sort of running out of words to say really about Wesley in the impressive department, because everything he's doing right. Big finishes, big shots, timing, combination, functionality, finishing, stat, everything is just so good at the moment for Wesley. And that's what you expect. That's what we expected for sure when he came here. And that's off the back of what he did recently on the Pro Tour. But that confidence just moves forward and moves on. And I think we need to look beyond just what we're doing here, certainly today. I think as regards to this group, I think Wesley's got this pretty much sewn up. I think the week is now come near enough odds-on favourite now to go on and win the week, which is ridiculous considering it's only Tuesday and the level of player that we've got here. But I think we now need to start looking ahead to what's going to happen for Wesley over the next 4 to 5 months and where he's going to be. And with that in mind, I think he's going to go on to do very good things. I think we're going to see him at the Alexandra Palace. I think he could break the top 64, which means he's going to get a tour card next year. So enjoy him while he's here, because I don't think we're going to see many more darts thrown from Wesley this week.
It's the biggest compliment in terms of Wesley, the fact that we're not surprised about this level.
We knew it was in there. I mentioned on commentary yesterday, I do a lot of reading. I read a lot of opinions, what people have to say, and I like to sort of collaborate them all together and see if there's any stock in that. And a lot of people question the bottle of Wesley Plaisir. And when you look back through Wesley's career and sort of what he's done, he's always been very close. Certainly to gain a tour card, he's never performed at Q School. Why hasn't he performed at Q School? Maybe there's something in that. Or maybe he was just inexperienced. Maybe now he's getting experience, and now we're starting to see what we see out on the tours coming through onto the stages. And if that happens, this is a guy who will be in the top 64 in no time.
Meanwhile, elsewhere, Victor Tinchin had a very good day, winning 4 from 5. Actually, the only player to beat Plaisir, who actually in that game, Plaisir had a 105 average. He just turned it on yesterday, didn't he?
Well, there was a couple of things there that we can take from that. Victor showing, first of all, that Wesley Plaisir is not invincible. He is beatable. But he's shown you how you have to beat him. And to beat him, you have to play your absolute A game. Plaisir averaged 105 in defeat. It is beatable. His level is beatable at this standard. But you have to be on it every single moment, because Plaisir was sat on a finish, sat on a double, waiting to pounce every single time. So that is a message to the rest of the group, but also just a reminder to Wesley that there is some danger in here.
Well, let's have a look at the table then, going into the final day's play, because Plaisir leads the way, 18 points, 2 wins away from qualification. Victor Tinchin and Andy Bolt hold the aces in terms of the Group B race, and Cam Crabtree there on 10 points. He's going to need a big day if he's going to play the night session. And Mike Warburton's played some good darts, but only picked up 3 wins. These are the odds then in terms of winning Group A. And this is going to sound stupid, Matt, but Wesley Plaisir is only 1 to 40.
I don't think that's stupid at all. I think if I could, I'd be having £40 on that to win £1. You know, it's a very, very good price. And when do you ever say that about a 1 to 40 shot? He's absolutely rock solid. Because the other thing is, the rest of the players, the likelihood of them going through the card is quite slim, because that means first of all they've got to beat Wesley, and then they're going to have to beat everybody else. And we know that this is a very 50-50 evenly matched group. So I think it's done. And mathematically not. Mathematically, it could be anything. Mathematically, Wesley could still end up in Group C. But he needs a couple of wins. 2 wins will do it, and he could get that done in the first couple of games.
I just want to talk about the reset mentality in terms of the other players in the group, because it looks like Wesley's going to win it. But you look at Cam, Andy, Victor, the way they play, particularly yesterday, they must be thinking, right, if we can ascertain this level for the rest of the week, Wesley will be out of the way because he's won Group A. If we play to them numbers, we'll get through to Saturday.
They'll come here for the week, and the thing is, when you come here for a week and you're booked in for the week, you don't think small. We think smaller targets. We think that because we're sat up here and we're trying to plan it out, map it out, and describe it along the way. What they'll think is just get to Saturday, and they'll expect to play 5 days. Win this, it's a bonus, but if not, they'll be here for. So I don't even think they need that reset. I think these are experienced players who know what they need to do. They've done this before. They've won on this stage before, and I don't think any of them will be bothered by what's happened in this Group A.
Well, Matt, thank you for your comments and observations. For now, let's get into our first game of the morning session. This is Mike Warburton and Ben Payne go toe-to-toe. And, well, the race for Saturday night looks like it's going to be Wesley that makes it through, but it looks like we're going to have an all-star cast that's going to be joining us at the Live Lounge. And you can join us on a Saturday evening as well. So then, game one of the day sees the bottom two go toe-to-toe as Mike Warburton takes on Ben Payne. For Warby, well, he can feel a little bit unlucky with the way that things have panned out for him over day one and day two. He's been the one more than anybody that's felt the force of what has been a very tough Group A. The former World Masters semi-finalist, age 39, from Wrexham. And the Welshman looking to make it through to a second Champions Week. It looks like it's going to be a reset in Group C for him, up against Ben Payne, who's pretty much resigned to that Group C fate, the 31-year-old, the South Eastern London qualifier, who, more than anything else, is looking to harbour some experience this week and a tough pool of players, and he's trying to embrace the opportunity that provides. But every single test has been a tough one. But for Mike Warburton, Matt, who's alongside me in commentary for the day's action,
First leg, it's Mike.
He's probably been the one that has felt the wrath of what has been one of the toughest Group A campaigns I've ever seen.
And it started so well for him, didn't it, Mike Warburton? He won his opening couple of games on Monday.
60.
And then went on a big run of defeats, losing his next 7 fixtures. It did look like it had been weighing very heavy on him, didn't it, when he played Ben Payne at the end of yesterday. Really wasn't Warburton's best performance, but he got away with that one with a victory. And we'll be coming into today maybe feeling like there's not a lot out there for him, maybe not a lot to play for. He could still squeeze a Group B place, but he's going to need to be doing something he hasn't done for the last couple of days if he is to do that. Maybe his fate in his mind already resigned.
Well, Warby for the day yesterday, 86.8 the average, 34% on the doubles, and we've sat here during Group A campaigns and said that numbers like that are the best numbers of the day, let alone being the second worst of the day.
That was the problem, wasn't it? For
41.
Mike Warburton yesterday, that sort of low one, the darts just straying around. Took him a little bit of time to get going and already just shaking the arm a little bit on the
100.
way back. Maybe just trying to get a bit of feeling into it. Well, he might have found a bit of feeling. He certainly found a bit of the treble 20. Gets himself down to a 2-darter, but Ben Payne will have first poke at a finish. Opportunity for Ben Payne there to get a break, a
56.
throw.
Might require 82.
But it's Warburton who's going to get the first real tangible chance of this first leg. 82 to move into a 1-0 lead. And he's going to have a dart at tops.
62.
Which just below. And we saw a bit of that yesterday from Warby. Darts at the top wide, just straying low. As for Ben Payne, it's the southwest side of the board. Double 16.
Game
To lead
from the
1-0
first
and to get the
leg.
break of
Ben
throw.
Payne.
And what it would do for his confidence if he could kickstart the day with a win.
Second leg, it's Ben to throw first. Game on.
And you do feel like today is a day all about reset
60.
mentality for Mike Warburton. He knows he can't win the group. Group B is a tough task.
You also got to remember with the restructuring as well of the prize fund
100.
that every single position is worth extra prize money. So that might be the real thing here for Mike Warburton to try and
83.
spur him on a little bit throughout the day. Because this is a very tough position to play in. I've been in this situation myself on times where you're in a group and you know you can't top the group and you're sort of just playing for
100.
positions. It's a very hard sort of mentality to play within. It's
62.
a very rare thing. I can't think of any other place in darts where you'd ever have that, where you're playing with very little to gain.
The only comparison is not really a comparison. It's probably the Grand Slam when you're out after 2
140.
matches, but you're only playing 1 game. Where for Mike, he's playing 5 games where it may feel like he's going through the motions a little bit.
100. Might
It's a good leg
require
here from Warburton. Just
161.
9 darts thrown to leave 161. Much improvement on leg number 1.
49.
But hasn't took too much off the shot there and offers a chance here for Ben Payne.
100. Might require 112.
112 for Warburton to level up at 1-1. It's been a week filled with ton plus checkouts so far. Mainly by Victor Tingstrom, who
56.
over the course
Ready,
of
require
2 days has
96.
found 10 of them. But there's also been a lot of pop shots like this. A lot of finishes in the
60.
mid-90s range
Might
and they're
require
gone.
56.
Payne can't take out the 96, and so Warburton will return for 56 to get the break back and to level up at 1 apiece and
Ames
makes
on
no
the
mistake
second
on the
leg.
tops.
Mike Warburton.
That's a positive dart as well, that for Mike Warburton, because he had the dart at tops in the opening leg and
The
dragged
leg,
it
it's Mike to
violently
throw
low.
First. Game on.
And that's when it's concerning, when you're pulling the darts low, when you're dragging them down. Especially for Warburton, just means he's not releasing the dart on time, just holding on to it a little bit too long. But
140.
no issue here. Seems to be getting that release and getting that into his stride.
70.
Maybe he feels he's got a point to prove here as well.
$60.
Got to be said, Ben Payne has improved around the treble 20 area as the week has gone on.
180.
And already fires in a maximum. He's found 180 on Monday and 1 on Tuesday. Well, he may be about to
60.
have his best maximum hitting day.
It feels like he's just beginning to settle now on the stage, and we're seeing some good stuff from him at the beginning of this match
26.
as he hits a 26.
That is the most commonly heard thing you'll ever hear people say. You hit a 180 and you're at 26, and we've actually just seen it.
41.
But Warburton, 3 visits here, 60, 60, 41. He's inviting Ben Payne in here again. Ben Payne says thank you very much. Opportunity to break the Warburton throw reappears.
It's just beginning to look more likely, isn't he?
58. Benny require 92.
So after a good leg to get the breaker throw back for Mike Warburton, he's had 12 darts here without a treble. Bit of time on the side here for Ben Payne.
52.
And sets up
Mike
the
require
finish. And
142.
his finishing's been very good, hasn't it, Ben Payne? He's not been making many mistakes at all on the outer ring. And if his statistics are anything to go by, this is going to be 2-1 to Ben Payne.
60. Benny require 40.
Being the third consecutive breaker throw at the beginning of this match. Double 10. He just grazed it the other side of the wire. No, it's the
30.
answer. So Warburton
Mike
comes
require
back to
82.
take the lead for the first time in this match. If he could take out the 82. Beautifully in the bullseye. Delightfully in the
shot on
double
the third
16.
there.
And Warby leads
Mike
2-1 right under the nose of Ben Payne.
Yeah, great finish out there for
Well, it's
Warburton.
Ben
And
to throw first.
really needed that because he didn't find anything around the power scoring around the treble 20 mark there. Was outscored by Ben Payne, but Ben Payne relinquishing the opportunity.
17.
And now offers an opportunity for Warburton to take control of the game.
And the one thing you're worried about is when you're involved in a group like Ben has, and he's had a
60.
lot of things transpire against him. One thing you fear about, or the one thing you worry about is, will he have been kicked just too far? But
180.
is it 2 maximums in this match?
It's quite interesting the way he's done them. Last time at 180, 26. This time he's gone 17, 180. And he's already hit more maximums today than he has any other day. He's actually matched his
92.
weekly total, or doubled it, hasn't he? 2 180s today. He's only at 2 in the whole week. So maybe some positive signs ahead here for Ben Payne today that he's going to give us another step up in performance.
140.
And it was something that we referenced a little bit yesterday. You look at that Group C. There'll be games that he'll feel is more winnable than perhaps in this Group A. And that's
100.
nothing against the players that are playing in Group C, but this Group A has been so tough that Ben will feel like he may get more reward in C.
Well, Warburton making a move, maximum visit of his own to leave a double after 12. But Ben Payne should be getting a dart. He doesn't. Wayward. We do see players sort of break that down into sections now so you don't get that
70.
rush scenario, but
Mike require 24.
he could be in a spot of bother here. Warburton for a breaker throw. Double 6.
Game shot on the 4 flag. Mike
And now
Warburton.
he is in full control of the game. Improved performance from Ben Payne. The problem is it's been
Fifth flag,
an
it's
improved
Mike to
performance
throw
as well
first.
from Mike Warburton, who's
Game.
going back to the sort of darts we saw on Monday morning.
Well, Ben Payne missed 3 darts, a double to move 2 and up, and ever since Warburton has picked the pieces up and now throws to
100.
win the opening game of the day. Remind if you're here tuning in to watch Wesley Plaisir in action, and why wouldn't you, the way that he's been playing this week. He's in
100.
action in our next game against Andy Bolton. 2 wins today, and he'll be into tomorrow night's final, Saturday night's final. Although
60.
if Cameron Crabtree could do him a favour, if Wesley beats Andy and Cam can beat Victor, then it gets a little bit easier for Wesley. He actually
60.
plays game 2 and then doesn't play until game 6. So if he wins that first game, he plays Tingsham in the second one. So he should know the scenario by that point fairly comfortably.
100. $41.
Well, Ben Payne was keeping pace over the early part of this leg, but now the gap appearing for Warburton. And now he's starting to extend. He's starting to stretch his legs as he fires in his second
180.
maximum visit, but his first 180 of the game, and what timing to do so as well. Ben Payne can't leave a finish. This is now
58.
all about
Mike
Warburton
require 61.
as he looks likely to add 2 points to just 6 points from his first 10 games.
Stepping it up when he's had to in this contest. Double 16. Seals an opening win for Warby. Yesterday was a trying and testing day for the Welshman, but he kickstarts Wednesday with a win. As for Ben Payne, he missed an opportunity to move 2-1 up, and that's probably what he's saying to himself in the background there. In the end, a good performance from Mike Warburton, 88.75 the average, 4 from 6 on his doubles. He beats Ben Payne by 4 legs to 1. And coming up after the break, we're going to watch Wesley Plaisir in action on that stage as he takes on Andy Bolton. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Mike Warburton got the better of Ben Payne by 4 legs to 1. But all eyes are on that man there, Wesley Plaisir, who with 2 wins today will seal his place through to Saturday night's final. His first assignment is Andy Bolton, the X Factor, who is fighting for a place in Group B today. The 51-year-old from Ardrossan in Scotland is hoping to provide us with some X Factor. Well, he's been the X Factor player this week as Wesley Plaisir, the 34-year-old from Hendrik Ido Ambacht in Scotland. Scotland? Netherlands. That famous Scottish town. I got a feeling that's gone on the outtakes reel, isn't it? Anyway, back to the action in hand, because Wesley is a couple of wins away from making it through to Saturday night's final.
It's
But
Andy to throw first.
in terms of his assignments to
Game on.
kickstart the day, statistically and in terms of the table, he's got the toughest 2 to start. Bolton first, followed by Tingstrom second. They're the top 2 players that are behind him in the group, so second and third in the group.
60.
This start of the game's gone really well for me. But I don't think Plaisir is overly phased or perturbed by any opponent that he goes up against. They all get the same
125.
respect, and they all get usually dealt with his brilliance as well.
I think brilliance is
58.
maybe an undersell really on Wesley Plazier, who's averaging around about 96 for the week so far with a high of 111. This has been one of the most dominant performances we've
58.
ever seen at the Super Series, certainly in a Group A campaign.
There is a real possibility if Wesley has a good day today and he goes on to win on Saturday,
140.
that he could break the record for best ever weekly average in a win. The best, Darrell Pilgrim in Series 5 Week 2, had a weekly average of 96.1. And if Wesley carries on the way he's playing, he could put that under severe threat.
Well, it already is under threat, isn't it? Now it's just a case of sustainability, because he's above that already for the week. And if you think about that week that Pilgrim had, that was the week he had that record average as well. So it would have been boosted
94.
a little bit there, which just shows the brilliant consistency of Wesley, who did threaten this 170 yesterday, wide the bullseye. I think that's the only two things that Wesley's missing, isn't it? The 170 finish and a 9 data. We could tick one of them off here.
170.
Well, he's not going to take the fish out. And we know Bolton's very much capable of finishes like this. Took out a 104 and a 102 yesterday. This is the finish right in the middle of them. 17 isn't going to go. Plazier back for 114.
62. Wesley require
Hasn't had many
114.
ton plus checkouts this week as Wesley, but the timing of them have been immaculate, and it could be well timed again here. Tops of the 114. Plazier's up and running.
The first leg.
Kicking the day off of a ton
Plazier.
plus checkout. Just when it looked like Bolton may take the early ascendancy.
Game on.
Two real strengths, aren't there, for Wesley Plazier?
140.
One is tops, and two is just that combination finishing. I've been impressed with it on day one. I alluded to it on day two, and on day three, it's almost like you just stop being impressed and you just go, this is just
100.
who he is. He's just that good on the combination finishes.
And it was kind of the point that I was bringing up with you in the studio earlier on this morning is, if this is most other players that are doing what Wesley's doing, we would be screaming from the rooftops about their performance, but such as the amount of respect we have about Wesley as a player is, we've just kind of expected him to play at this level.
Well, we certainly will do now. Coming into this, a lot of people sort of expected this from
54.
Wesley as well on the back of those back-to-back Pro Tour finals. Maybe we're talking about those back-to-back Pro Tour finals, but that's just a stepping stone. Surely he's going to go on and win
100.
titles with the levels that he is showing and the improvement within his game. I certainly know for a fact that
60, and he
quite
requires
a lot of the players that play on the tour do watch this and are very well aware of who's in form, and it's very sure to say that not many people are going to be wanting to play Wesley right now.
90. Wesley
And
requires
that's on any stage.
107.
That would even include the Alexandra Palace stage. People want to be avoiding Wesley Plazier.
This would be for back-to-back ton plus checkouts. This isn't going to go, and so Bolton's got the opportunity to level up at
83.
one apiece.
And he requires
And he's going to have to
71.
take out the 71 because Plazier is sat on double 12. Tops.
31.
Bends the wire
Wesley
and can now
requires
find himself
24.
2-0 down as Plazier looks at double 12. Double 6.
12.
Well, the story continues, doesn't
requires
it?
40.
Combination finishes, no problem. 3 darts in hand is more liable to miss.
Game on the second
And
leg.
Bolton
Andy
breaks back
Bolton.
and he levels up at 1-1.
The leg, it's Andy to throw first.
You mentioned about Wesley in places he'll play and how nobody will want to play him. I'm sure the whole field of that WDF World Championships are hoping that he does hang on to his
60.
place at Ali Pali because they won't have to deal with him in the draw.
I think that's a
55.
fair assessment.
As a player who looks likely to play at the WDF World Championships at Lakeside in December.
I'd deal with him. I'd sort him out.
100.
Maybe not a darts, but there'd be something.
I was going to say, I wouldn't fancy you in a scrap against him.
100.
Maybe a game of dominoes.
100.
Bit of FIFA.
Well, talking about video games, Luke Humphreys and Michael Van
42.
Goen are playing COD together. Call of Duty. That's what they used to call it when I was at school. I'm going home to play a bit of COD.
59.
You've never played that in your life.
No, I haven't.
You was doing Sudoku or something.
85.
Well, I'll tell you what, there's opportunity here for Bolton because Plaisir is off the pace in his opening game of the session, averaging below 80. I mean, his lowest average of the week was in his first game on Monday, 82.78.
140.
Doesn't tend to get out the gate quickly, does Plaisir. Sometimes needs a game to
137.
warm to
And he
proceedings.
required 42.
Number 16 here.
10.
And it goes back to what you mentioned earlier on. You'd fancy Plaisir more with the 82 than you would if he
He
had
required
32.
82.
One dart at the ball.
57.
Grays is 25, and so Bolton will come
And
back
he
for double
required
16 to lead
32.
2-1.
You cannot afford to miss these sort of opportunities against Wesley.
$24.
Especially when you got the darts, because this is an
Wesley
opportunity now for
requires
Wesley to
25.
get the breaker throw against Andy Bolton, and this would put Wesley closer to confirmation.
Game shot in the third leg.
It's not all done
Wesley
and dusted
Plaisir.
yet for Wesley. It could still get a little bit messy, a little bit sticky
Blair gets Wesley to throw first.
if Andy Bolton was able to
Game.
register this win, but you can see he knows the opportunity is passing him by.
And the problem is, you got a player like Wesley.
100.
If there's a chance to really put him in trouble, you've got to take it, because if he then gets away with it, he can then mount a bit of a surge.
137.
But neither of these two have been flying on all cylinders as of yet.
93.
These two have had some brilliant battles over the course of the last couple of days. Plaisir won this meeting 4-1 yesterday, averaging 98.76, 4 from 7 on the doubles. Bolton losing despite an average of just under 95 and a 104 checkout. And then the meeting on Monday was won by Plaisir with a 93.79 average, 4 from 6 on the doubles, and Bolton losing with a 92.
140. Wesley Rock 146.
Another one of them. Leads double 16.
140.
There was an expectation
And
that
he
was
required
going to
84.
go. There's a necessity that this has to go for Bolton.
Well, this game has really sparked into life all of a sudden, and Andy
Game
Bolton
shot the
continues a
fourth
12-dart
Andy
leg there,
Bolton.
nearly resisting nearly 7 perfect
Prefer
darts
gets
of Wesley
Andy to throw
Plaisir at the back
first.
end of the leg.
Game on.
And the break of throw, once again, Andy Bolton now got the darts, now got the advantage,
140.
now in the flow. That is his 6th 140, and a lot of those have come in the last couple of legs.
95.
Well, these are two mean machines that are really going through the gears now. Took them a few legs to really get going, but now,
100.
particularly in the case of Andy Bolton, he's really beginning to motor.
130.
Plaisir is given as good as he can get as well. And you kind of expected in this game, if one was going to go, the other would follow close by. Needs another.
100.
Finds the bullseye, leaves himself on 142. 25 was the option there, because if he did find it, he would have left himself on 167.
58. Wesley require 142.
Just becomes a set-up shot now for Wesley, who does so absolutely perfectly. And that's Andy Bolton, the big question. Can he find a ton topper himself? He's took the 116 out already this week, but he's not going to do it on this occasion. He's making a mess. And it looks like another breaker throw incoming, because Wesley tends not to miss on this target.
There felt like a point where Bolton was beginning to take charge of this encounter. He may still have the chance to, but Plaisir mops up the double 5, last dart in hand. And now has the darts to win this game, which would guarantee at a minimum a place in Group B, but would pretty much all but secure passage through Group A. And Bolton is raging, and rightly so, because there was a real chance here. Spurned a couple of opportunities at a double, and Plaisir has picked the pieces up ever since.
$43.
But what it can't allow for Bolton, and we kind of saw it a little bit from Cam yesterday when he lost to Wesley in the first game of the session. It just kind of knocked the stuffing out of him a little bit, and he can't afford for that to happen, because Cam takes on Victor in the next one, and if Crabtree can win it, then all three of them players will be on 12 points. And a big win for Crabtree would just reduce the gap as well a little bit in terms of the legs difference.
$60.
So far, Wesley Plaisir is averaging 87.58, and if it stays this way, it'd be his second lowest recorded average this week. To put what he did numerically over the last couple of days in perspective, I know it's a small sample size, but his numbers would be equivalent to Ross Smith, who's ninth in the yearly database in terms of average of 96.33. He'd be in and around that region. And 6 for the match from 122.
82.
And just leaves himself on his favourite once again on top. So what would be in this fixture a very rare feat, the hold of throw, when he's got 6 darts and you feel this is going to be a job done for Wesley.
He's got all the time he wants. Plaisir picks Bolton apart. It wasn't either player's best performance, but Plaisir will just be happy to pick the points up, because now he is just a win away from qualifying for Saturday night's final. At the very worst, at the very least, he's guaranteed Group B. But I think realistically, nobody expects him to blow the lead that he's got now. That's the tale of the tape from our second game of the session. Our next match will see 2 players who'll be hoping to be in Group B on Thursday and Friday night go toe-to-toe, as Victor Tingstrom takes on Cam Crabtree. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we are 2 games down on this Wednesday morning. And before the break, we saw Wesley Plaisir get the better of Andy Bolton by 4 legs to 2, averaging 87.12, 4 from 14 on his doubles, and kick-starting that game with a 114 checkout. Well, Victor Tingstrom is on the stage now. I don't know whether you can see him or not. The 23-year-old from Stockholm, the reigning Finnish Masters champion, up against Cam Crabtree, 20 years of age, from Croydon, the Series 7 runner-up. But he has got work to do on this Wednesday if he is to make it into Group B on Thursday and Friday night, respectively. You get the sense this is actually a big battle between the pair. If it's a win for Tingstrom, he is in a very good position. Bolton dropping points, beating Crabtree in 4th. But if Cam can win this, then we will see 2nd, 3rd and 4th place on the table, respectively, all locked on 12 points, and it'll feel like from this point onwards it's a bit of a tussle to see who's going to grab those 2 spots in the evening session and who's going to have to joust it out in the afternoon.
I think the biggest question for me is, can Tingstrom replicate anything like he performed yesterday? Because yesterday was absolutely special darts from Victor Tingstrom. Twice topped the 100 average and a running average for the day of over 97. 45. That is elite. That is quality. And the question is, will he repeat that feat, or will we see a little bit more like we saw on day number 1? Early indications suggest it's more like yesterday.
Well, he put 14 points on his average from day 1 to day 2, average 83.4 on day 1. Yesterday, 97.21. He actually had a better daily total than Wesley Plaisir did yesterday. I suppose it always has that question mark, doesn't it, when you have 2 extremes in terms of numerics. Where does it meet in the middle? Where with Cam, you pretty much know how he's going to play this week. 89.59 yesterday and a 90.71 on Monday were his 2 recorded daily number totals.
60.
Cam Crabtree has pretty much been the pacemaker of the group. If you think about the mean average of the players over the course of a session, he's been playing to the group standards, if you will.
Yeah, it's just been a group like no other. Bit of a freebie here for Victor just to set up the shot. Does so well.
$58. Victor require 40.
Tots a 1-0 lead. Surely now.
Game
There's no way you can miss with dart 3, because the first 2 darts effectively made the bed bigger, clipped it off the barrel, and in it goes, and it's 1-0 to the Swede.
Game on. 140.
Whilst we get the opportunity, I just want to send our best wishes on behalf of everybody at the Super Series to David Evans, who was in action here last week and fortunately spent, following the
96.
week that he played, spent a couple of days in hospital on Sunday and Monday in Portsmouth. I'm glad to say that he's been discharged and he's hoping to be back on the full bill of recovery in terms of his health. And
60.
David, from all of us here, we send our very best wishes to you. In fact, he got through to the Saturday night and got to the semi-finals whilst not feeling well. Actually says how good a player he is. But Crabtree here, 132 to square this contest 85. Up at 1 apiece.
Cam, you require 132.
Using the luxury of time that he's got here, not opting to start on the ball all the 25. And again, using that luxury 92. Of time to leave him where he wants to be. And it's obvious where he wants to be. He wants to be on tops.
Now Tingstrom's awoken in this leg. Puts a bit of pressure on this. And we know that Tingstrom is the Premier Ton topper this week. But he isn't going to get a go as Crabtree Nails that leg in 13 darts, pinning the tops first time of asking.
Good
Good contest this, 1-1.
Game on.
Well, this is one of the most important games of the day for Crabtree. He's got to beat those players
45.
above him. Stop them gaining points while he is.
And also, Cam's got to make some headroom in the legs difference department as well.
135.
I get the sense that he needs 4 from 5 to qualify for B, just because of the fact that his legs difference is
59.
lower than that of the other players. So he may have to do it on points.
$46. $58.
Do you think wherever these two are placed, so we're going to watch this pair on Saturday night?
82.
I think we're going to see the maximum amount of players that are possible, really, from a Group A playing on a Saturday night.
Don't disagree with you.
134.
And so that begs the question, who's going to be the player from Group B that makes it through that didn't play Group A? Agent Kirk stands a good
121.
chance. Challenge Tour winner this year. Harry Gregory's playing some really good darts at the minute, isn't he? And Jared knows how to pull a rabbit out the hat here as well.
56. Can we require 117?
Well, 117 isn't going to go, and whenever Tingshan's on anything like this,
77. Victor require 149.
there is half an expectation. But not there.
121. Can we require 40?
Tops of Crabtree. Now double 10. 2 5s for 2-1 lead, and it goes
35.
inside.
Victor, you require 28.
That could be the big opportunity, the big chance that Crabtree has been waiting for, the chance he's earned to break the throw of Victor Tingstrom.
No score.
But he gets another opportunity.
And we require
Maybe.
5.
The pair very well aware of what this game means, what's riding on it, the opportunities that could present from winning this fixture.
No score.
And that is manifested
Victor
in
required 28.
missed opportunities.
It's felt like a morning of missed opportunities so far. We saw Ben Payne miss chances to go in front against Warby. Andy Bolton will feel like he should have got the better of Plaisir.
Game
And
shown the
Crabtree will
third
feel
leg.
like he should be 2-1
Victor
up in this
Tingstrom.
contest, but it is Tingstrom who's halfway there.
Full flag, it's Cam to throw first. Game on.
This has felt like a week of near misses for Cam so far.
85.
Can't say he's played bad. We've probably been quite critical of him, maybe overly critical of him because of what the other players have done.
84.
In most other weeks, he'd probably be top of this group. He'd probably be dominating the Group A.
96.
But I suppose a little bit like Warby as well. When you've got a group of so many good players in the same room, there's going to be a couple of people that are not found wanting, but could be found licking their wounds a little bit.
99.
Yeah, Phil Cam probably would have wanted or expected a little bit more from this week so far, certainly because he's not played bad. He's played to his levels, he's played to the standards, but
99.
we do know he came into this in decent form. That recent Pro Tour semi-final would have gave him a lot of encouragement going further than the quarterfinals that he's been registering, which it's not just one
46.
run for him, is it, in regards to when he's been getting these Pro Tour call-ups as a Challenge Tour player. He's been doing it on a regular basis, which is
60.
why you do feel that it's a matter of time before Crabtree picks up that tour card, which we know he wants to be on the professional circuit. And I think we're probably going to see him on it
105.
next year.
Can we
I'm
require
fairly confident he's going to
161?
do the job one way or the other.
He's not going to do the job of the 161. Tingshaw actually has taken out the 161 this week. In terms of the
93.
biggest finish of the
Victor
week. That
Recoil,
is the biggest one.
167.
But Tingston could top it here. And if he does, he'd throw for the match. It's not going to go. And so Crabtree back for 68.
97.
But it'll be
Cammy
put under
Recoil,
warning here by
68.
Tingstrom. Now, he recovers well with dart 2, double 12.
56. Victor Recoil, 70.
And so Tingstrom comes back for 3-1. Goes the old 14s route. One at tops.
30.
Grazes the wire, but Crabtree cannot
Cammy
afford to
Recoil,
spurn
12.
any more opportunities in this match.
Game
He
shot.
doesn't there,
the fourth
2-2.
leg. Cam Crabtree. Fifth leg, it's Victor to throw first. Game on.
It's a great story, isn't it? The Cam
60.
Crabtree story, the player that started playing online darts and transitioned to what he is now doing in regards to being here at the Super Series and
139.
further on into the Pro Tours and Challenge Tour events. I think it's a story we're going to see emerge a lot more moving forward.
99.
Players that start playing at home on webcams and online dart leagues and tournaments as they continue to grow.
57.
We talk a lot about role models, don't we, in sport? And role model is probably the right word to describe him as
180.
Victor piles in the game's first max.
Well, it could be sort of a leader or a
126.
pioneer for that being a pathway, because it's a pathway that has not until this point ever existed.
And we're beginning to see other players come to
56.
preeminence through it as well. Tom Sykes being another example, maybe by slightly different means that way, but it was online darts that kind of gave him that feeling to, okay, we'll go play the ADC and then play here.
59. Victor Recoil, 106.
This goes. I promise you this goes. Okay, it doesn't go.
54. Cammy Recoil, 120.
This is one of those nice shots for Cam because he won't block that. Oh, he's gone for bubble. I was going to say, he won't block the
96.
tops,
Victor
but he
Recoil,
blocked the treble
52.
20. The flat-lying dart, a bit too high in the bed there for Crabtree.
Game shot in the
And
fifth
Tingston on
leg.
this occasion makes no
Victor Tingston.
mistake. A leg away from his first win of the day.
Sixth leg, it's Cam to throw first.
This has
Game on.
felt like hard work for both players this game.
96.
The winner of this game will be more relieved than anything else.
$44.
Tingstrom, because of the legs difference and because he's got that slender lead over Cam, does have a little bit of a
85.
free hit that he can use up at some point today, as long as if he loses, he doesn't lose big. But if he can win this game, he's 4 points clear of Crabtree in fourth.
97.
And without disrespect, he still has Ben Payne to play today. You'd sense that he'd be pretty much there.
100. $90. $59.
Again, a switch there for Cam Crabtree. Doesn't like the dart, sat on top of the treble bed. A bit trickier for the flat-lying dart.
83. Cammy Recoil, 161.
Doesn't need to go for the bullseye at the end of this combination. Doesn't even entertain the idea.
85.
Sensible play from Cam, who's just purely wanting to get to that situation, to have a showdown, a one-leg shootout with Tingstrom.
41. Cammy requires 76.
Tops. 2 from 8 on the doubles.
Game shot on the 6th flag.
Make that 3 from 9.
Cam Crabtree.
And we go the distance. Huge leg for the pair, this. Tingstrom wins. He has a 4-point gap. Crabtree wins it. We have
Game
2,
on.
3 and 4 in the group on 12.
$96.
And it's felt like from the very first start in this match, both players knew the consequences of this game.
60.
It's felt very edgy, and it feels edgy in this last leg.
$96.
But on throw, Tingstrom doing what he needs to do so far. A couple of one treble visits forces Crabtree to do a little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. That's all you need to do. One treble a throw when you got the darts.
131.
That saves the situation for Crabtree, but he's still behind the throw.
$82.
Big last. Keeps him just about in control.
95.
Crabtree appears to be throwing with a little bit more pace in this last leg as well. Maybe just a sign of the confidence of the player coming through.
60.
And here's the opportunity. That's what you hang in for. You hang in for that chance, that slip, that trebleless visit. And now here's Cam's chance to pounce. What a time to hit your first maximum of the game.
Forces this to go, and it won't. And so Crabtree's going to return with 35 to win what has been a
55.
real cagey tussle.
Cammy
But
requires 35.
these would be a vital 2 points for Crabtree, because it will put him onto 12 points, level with Tingstrom, level with Bolton, and it would be as you were. Double 16 and now double 8. But he has spurned
27.
2 match darts, and
Victory
Tingstrom, who's been the ton plus man
112.
this week, comes back for 112 to take the tie.
Crabtree knows the danger of this range for Tingstrom.
104.
Straight at
Cammy
double 8, no
require
thinking about
8.
it for Tingstrom. Sometimes when you don't expect it to go into the treble, you step back for a second. But stepping up now is Crabtree at double 4 for the
Game
points,
shot out
and
of
a
the
big
match.
2 points at that.
Cam Crabtree.
Because it means now Tingstrom, Bolton, Crabtree, they're all on 12 points. And we are going to have a real battle to see who's going to be in B and who's going to be in C. All smiles on the face of Croydon's Cameron Crabtree as he gets the better of Victor Tingstrom by 4 legs to 3. Tingstrom missing a dart at double 8 to win the game on the back of a 112 combination. But it is Crabtree who seals the points. It rounds off the first round's worth of play. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Ben Payne in action, taking on Andy Bolton, who can now move into pole position in that race on 14. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where it's game on in the race for Group B. This is how the table looks after the first round of matches. Now, Wesley Plaisir is pretty much home and hosed. He's 8 points clear with 8 points left to play for, and he has a 20-leg lead in the legs difference. Any win, he's through, and he plays Victor Tingstrom up next. But second, third, and fourth, when they're all on 12, remember, only second and third will get into Group B, which is a more advantageous group on Thursday and Friday night. So that's how proceedings look so far as we head into our fourth game of the morning session. And it sees Andy Bolton in action. He lost out to Wesley Plaisir in his first match of the session. I feel like it's a game he could have won. He takes on Ben Payne, who improved at points against Mike Warburton, but again, like Bolton against Plaisir, missed opportunities and ended up losing that game 4-1. Interestingly, Matt, you know how much I like a pattern.
Yep.
The three fixtures today have gone 4-1, 4-2, 4-3. So whatever happens here, the pattern will be over.
First
We
leg,
could go
Ben
back
sets
down
right
the other way,
first.
so it's like going up the stairs
Game
for
on.
1, 2, 3, and go back down them for 2, 1.
Yeah.
70.
I think you touched on the fact there that Andy Bolton could have won that game against Wesley
96.
Plaisir, and I think he probably came on stage feeling he should have. He had plenty of opportunities and just wasn't able to put them to bed.
30.
But the danger now is, with that win from Crabtree, that he could get drawn into a Group C campaign, which I don't think's where Andy Bolton's going to want to be pitching himself for the rest of the week.
140.
Well, the problem Victor's got here, and Victor's got a problem here. He's got to play Plaisir next, Bolton after that.
83.
And Bolton and Crabtree in this round play the bottom two players in the group. Now, I'm not saying that's an automatic win, of course not. However, on paper, the games seemingly pan out better
97.
for them two than they do for Tingstrom. One may argue that there's an easier end to the day. In fact, the big match today
100.
is the game in the middle of the fourth round, because that sees Crabtree and Bolton go head to head. That could effectively be a shootout. And then when it comes to the last round,
38.
Plaisir plays Crabtree, Bolton plays Warburton, Tingstrom plays Payne. So they all avoid each other in the last round.
100. And he require 130.
Andy would have been expecting something a lot better than 130 when he was going to the hockey the last time, but the 5 was the problem, and it's the problem again there. But that one just caught the flight on the way in. You could see the wobble on the dart.
115. And
And he can't recover the
180.
situation too well. Finds the ball.
98 left, 97 left. And so Bolton's going to come back
40. And he require 50.
for 15. He's not really cleaned this up as well as he would have liked at all. But he won't care if he gets the leg and the leisure. And now he's fighting in and around the madhouse. And
requires 78.
Ben Payne's getting opportunities today that he didn't get on Monday and Tuesday.
Game shot in the first leg. Ben Payne.
Well, Andy Bolton's problem was for him in the opening game was the missed doubles,
Second leg,
and
it's Andy to throw
he's continued
first.
that here, give the
Game.
opportunity for Ben Payne, and he's cashed in. Andy Bolton kicked off that leg pretty well. He was down to a finish in no time, but
96.
made a bit of a mess in the end. Nine darts from 168.
140.
Ben Payne is raising the levels.
And the good news for Ben is everybody
134.
else are dropping their levels as well. So it's going to meet more in the middle. Whereas on day one and day two, well, we mentioned yesterday with the daily averages for the
93.
day, everybody was just throwing bricks at one another in terms of numbers and averages. If Ben can just pick up a couple of wins, and particularly pick up some
100.
scalp-like wins, the amount of confidence it will give him going into Group C, he'll begin to fancy himself.
Well, we know he's got a better level than what
40.
we've seen so far, certainly on the basis of last time he was here as well. He had a couple of averages in the 90s and beat some good players.
97.
Just got to try and leave something handy here, Ben Payne.
Can it be a case of, for the same
85,
reason that
and he
playing
requires
better
74.
opposition could be the best out of players, it could also bring the dread of fear in others?
It does when you're on a losing run and you look ahead and you just see player after player on the horizon who
54.
you know are going to be
He require
problems.
143.
But Andy Bolton's making his own problems, struggling on the doubles.
41. And he required 20.
Missed 3 darts to win leg 1. And now misses 3
15.
darts to win leg 2, and
And he
Payne can
require 102.
inflict pain on Bolton if he could take out the 102. Great first dart. Double 16.
70. And he require 5.
You feel this has to go for clarity here for Andy Bolton. He's already missed 6 darts in this game. We'll get 2 more.
No score. And he require 32.
That's 8 missed darts now for Andy Bolton, who's dominated the scoring phases of both legs, but could lose them both.
That kisses the wire.
Game
And
shot
that
the
one
second
goes
leg.
in, and Ben Payne leads
Ben
2-0.
Payne. The leg, it's Ben to throw first. Game on.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Well, it's all a game of doubles, isn't it?
96.
Ben Payne going along at the 1 pace. Andy Bolton has been dominating the scoring phase and looks like he's
137.
going to do the same again here. But when you look at his day so far, 2 from 9 against Wesley in the
95.
opening game and 0 from 8 here. That is 2 from 17 on the outer ring.
Couldn't buy a double from a car boot.
96.
And Ben Payne could put in the boot here. Looking for a 140 there
60.
to leave himself on the fish. Suddenly, everything's beginning to transpire. Payne could win this game in the favour of Crabtree because he's got Warburton next. A
58.
game which, based on the table and stats, he should win. Although Warby did have a very good performance to start the day, averaged just under 89. And then Tinkham, his other
57.
rival, has got to play Plaisir. So there's a possibility here. Crabtree could have started a couple of points off the pace, but be a couple of points in front by the end of round 2.
60.
And things are to start to get a little bit desperate for Andy Bolton. Just throwing himself into that last shot.
79. And he require 150.
Feel he needs something positive at the back end of a leg very, very soon. Almost looked as if it was caught between 2 mines there, didn't it, Andy Bolton? Ends up putting it in between the 2.
140.
Beautiful setup
And he
play
require
there for
140.
Andy Bolton. But Ben Payne, an opportunity. So a different target this time for Andy Bolton. What he hasn't thrown at today.
98. And he
Will it
require
be
36.
a change of fortunes or more of the same?
Game shot in the third leg.
Much better
Andy
there
Bolton.
from Andy Bolton. Nice clean kill, and that's going to give him a little bit of confidence.
Full flag, it's Andy
Most
to
importantly
throw
there for
first.
Andy, though, that's a
Game.
breaker throw. And he's pretty much back on track.
As you were.
97. 100.
If you're Ben in this scenario right now, is there a possibility that you've gone 2-0 up against a player like Andy Bolton, he gets one back, and that air of panic can just begin to set in because you don't want to
57.
relinquish that lead?
I think it can set in very quick when it's happened in the way it has, where he's had to rely on misses from Andy Bolton. This is more like it, though, from Ben Payne.
180.
Fires in his third maximum of the day. A much improved performance for Ben on the maximums today. And he's now attacking
58.
the Andy Bolton throw rather than standing behind him, crossing his fingers and hoping that he misses. The hope is in the camp of Andy Bolton here.
57.
He'll be hoping for a window of opportunity.
$95. Then you
Big
require
last start, but still 30
164.
points behind, despite the fact he thrown first. And Ben Payne now 6 darts at the 164 finish. Needs to take a bite out of this, though. Needs a treble with the last dart.
25.
And that is possibly the worst thing that could have happened there for Ben Payne.
It was almost like he saw the opportunity in front of him, and Bolton is
140.
just
Number
put in a
138.
hammer blow. And now, suddenly, it's Payne who's on the back foot, and Bolton can equalise this game up at 2-2 from 2-0 behind.
83.
And then quicker was Ben
54.
Payne accruing a lead, could Bolton peg him back? Tops. Double 10. He's now 1 from 10 on the doubles. Now 1 from
44.
11, and Payne will come back.
Then you require 56.
And we know this is his strong suit, but he's missed the big number. It's only going to be 1. A double 16. He expected it to be at tops. Oh, and he
Game
fires
shot
it.
the full flag.
Superb.
Ben Payne.
Because you could feel that he was under pressure there. He leads 3-1. He gets the break. He has the darts for the win.
Fifth leg, it's Ben to throw first. Game on. $60.
Well, if he loses this game, the X Factor will be cross. Has wrestled the advantage of
134.
throwing leg 5, although we've seen oh so many times in this contest, so that's just been academic.
140.
Ben Payne's not been in a winning position too many times this week, and it makes you wonder how the nerves are feeling, how Ben Payne is feeling right now, being so close to a big victory here. But you're still so
40.
close but so far away. He'll have to throw in 2 of the 3, but Andy Bolton already doing the damage on 1 of them here.
And the problem is, by the time it gets to leg 7, you'd say that the game would then suit and favour
140.
the Scot, who leaves himself on 47 after 9. What better way to respond to a poor leg than put in a
45. And he required 47.
leg like this? 4-11.
Game shot on the fifth
12
leg.
darter. Bolton
Andy
brings it
Bolton.
back to 3-2, and now has the darts to take us the distance.
Sixth leg, it's Andy
And that was
to
a
throw
message,
first.
that was a
Game
warning
on.
there for Ben Payne, who is so close to getting over the line and getting his second victory.
$96.
I feel there's going to be a few nervy moments towards the back end of this game.
58.
And it'd be no for 2 different reasons. For Bolton because of the table predicament, but for Ben to get that victory on the board. But it looks like it's just
180.
beginning to slip away from his fingers.
just got to try and keep the flow, keep the rhythm
100.
as Ben Payne, and just think about that last leg. He only needs one leg, one opportunity, and he'll have the throw. And he's always got in the back of his mind that Andy Bolton's not been taking his chances.
94.
Again, leaves himself on a finish after 9. Okay, it's above the ton mark.
80.
But he's
And he
going to get a
required
plethora of time.
131.
Bolton really upped it here. He was averaging around the low 80s for a long time. Now he's put his average up into the 90s, and he could have a ton plus out to send us all the
Game
way.
shot, the
The
sixth
1-3-1 goes,
Andy
and Bolton has
Bolton.
changed this game with 2 consecutive 12-dart legs.
7th and final leg. It's Ben to throw first. Game on.
But it's only enough to get him to this opportunity. He needs another big leg now. And he needs to do it on the Ben Payne throw,
60.
who's unable to find a treble with the opening visit. Offering the invitation to Andy Bolton if he can continue to outscore Ben Payne. Let's be right, he's
45.
outscored him for the majority of this game. He's just not been able to take the chances, and maybe now the scoring letting him down.
134.
Credit there to Ben Payne, because he's been hit with a couple of haymakers, and could have been so easy for him to have gone on his shell going into this last leg, but he's
81.
just saying to Andy that you're going to have to get over the line, mate. I'm not just going to give it to you.
$99.
Well, one treble of visit's enough now for Ben Payne to get opportunities.
$140.
Business end.
Ben Payne's best leg of this match has been in the last leg of the match. And Bolton, who did the hard work with the back-to-back 12 darters, is suddenly in trouble, suddenly in peril. Fires back.
135.
With
Then he records 68.
2 big treble turn to leave himself on the ton. But this is Ben Payne's moment. Double 16. For
Game
victory
shot
against
of the
Andy
match.
Bolton. It's
Ben
a real
Payne.
scalp that for Ben Payne. A good performance and a good win for him. As for Andy Bolton, this has been the worst possible start. As bad as it could have got. And this is what we say about averages only being a guide. Because Ben Payne has won 4-3 despite averaging under 80 and Bolton the 93. And that was because of the back-to-back 12 dart legs. But Payne taking advantage of the misses on the doubles from Bolton. He wins 4-3. And that now opens up the door for Cam Crabtree after the break. He beats Mike Warburton. He moves up to second. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Ben Payne got the better of Andy Bolton by 4 legs to 3. And that means for Ben, a second win of the week, but for Andy Bolton, it puts him in a bit of peril. And it presents an opportunity for Cam Crabtree here. If he can get the better of Mike Warburton in our 5th game of the morning session, then he'll move on to 14 points and temporarily into 2nd spot ahead of Victor Tingstrom's clash with Wesley Plaisir, which rounds off the 2nd round of fixtures.
First leg, it's Cam to throw first.
But
Game
Warby
on.
is a player to be waring of. 1-4-1 in his first game, averaging 88.75, was 4 from 6 on his doubles. He's kind of been the forgotten man as far as this group is concerned, but he shouldn't be allowed to be just a meagre figure that stood to the back of the stage whilst the Panto's main protagonists
45.
are doing their tango at the end of the show. And he has a role to play today, and that role is spoiler.
96.
Yeah, I think we're just seeing a little bit more
85.
pace, aren't we, in the performance of Cam Crabtree. I mean, the dart's going in so much quicker, and maybe that is what's going to help Cam produce his best darts today. A little less deliberate, a little bit more fluent.
81. Cam, you require 132.
Today will be a day all about reset mentality for Mike Warburton. Crabtree's got time. How he'd love to just plonk
60.
one over the top. Wasn't able to do so, but is in a very comfortable position. Needs another. Finds another. Leaves himself on a finish.
Cam, you require 72.
But Crabtree 72. It's going to be 1 at tops.
52.
That has
Mike
been a bit
Maguire,
of an issue today.
150.
The finishing. 4 from 12 in his first match. And the misses did come in spades as well.
100. Cam, you
Now this
require
has to
20.
go. Getting closer. Cannot find a way in.
No
and Warby's
score.
strength has been his doubles this week.
Mike can require 50.
We talk about the pace, very deliberate, very measured approach there from Warburton on the approach to the hockey. Made sure he addressed
34.
it properly, but it didn't
And
give
we
him the
require
result that
20.
he desired. And that was an opportunity to get a break, a throw there from Crabtree, and
Game shot on the first leg.
in the style
Cam
of
Crabtree.
which, when Crabtree's missed opportunity, that's where, when you get those
Second leg,
breaks
it's
to
Mike to
throw,
throw
they
first.
are so much more
Game.
meaningful in the psychology warfare.
Somebody stepped on his grave.
81.
And I don't know whether this is because we had 2 really good sessions yesterday, but it's just felt a little bit flat
140.
so far today. No one's really gone out there and put in a performance that you can say, right, they're making a statement for the day today.
140. 100.
So really waiting the spark to come today.
$85. $139.
Well, Crabtree first to finish, leaving himself on 1-2-2 for a 2-0 lead. He'd have the break of throw in hand
83.
as well as a consequence.
Can we require 122?
I don't know about you, but does Cam feel the 1-2-2?
97.
He grazes the
require
25 and he
112.
hopes everything will be all right. It'd be a cruel summer for him if this goes, but it won't go.
38. Can be required 25.
To double his advantage. 2 8s. 2-0,
Ames on the
14
second
data
Cam
for
Crabtree.
Cam Crabtree.
Third leg, it's Cam to throw first.
Oh, that,
Game on.
if it stays this way, would put Cam second in the table on 14 points. And remember, Victor Tingstrom has to play Wesley Plaisir in the next game. And a reminder,
58.
we've almost forgotten about this bit. Plaisir can win the group in the next match.
I think we've all just resigned ourselves to the fact that we think Plaisir is going to do that anyway. I think we kind of resigned ourselves to that after game number
100.
6.
$58.
However, we should mention that Victor Tingstrom is the only player to have beaten Wesley Plaisir this week.
45.
Beating him by 4 legs to 3 in the final game of yesterday. And that was despite Plaisir averaging 105 in that contest.
85.
Does have the advantage of the throw as well here, though, doesn't he? Wesley Plaisir in the next game, and every little advantage in a game, like we saw
60.
like yesterday, could be the telling factor.
I don't think there's a game this week that Plaisir will drop on throw.
180.
You know, we were saying about sparks. Cam is just beginning to fire on those cylinders.
140.
Well, Wolverton
Can
gets
be
down
required
to a finish,
120.
leaves himself a lot of work to do, and needs to hope, first of all, that Crabtree is not able to take out.
60. Might get record 156.
Well, this would be a hammer blow, but the 156 isn't going to go. Have a trouble here. Leaves himself on a
100. Can be required
double,
60.
but Crabtree here, 60 for 3-0. And the way his darts sit in the board, this is a nice finish for him. Because that can sit low, that can stay out the way. But
50.
his doubling has not been up to scratch
Might get
today.
required 56.
It was exceptional yesterday, but what a difference a day makes.
60.
And another opportunity
Can be
there.
required
Chance to break
10.
the throw of Crabtree, just like he had in leg number 1. And instead, he could be 3-0 down if Crabtree can bed the double 5.
Game shot in the third leg. Cam Crabtree.
3-0 Crabtree. Leg away from 14
Well,
points. And
there
also, if
it's
he can
Mike
win this
throw
to nil,
first. Game on.
the consequence of this in terms of the legs difference is massive. Because he can eat away at the deficit that he had at the
60.
beginning of the session. If he can win this 4-0, he'll be on 14 points plus 1. Bolton's on plus 2 on 12. Tingstrom plus 6 on 12.
93.
Suddenly, things will begin to fall into place.
140. $100.
Next game's against Ben Payne, and then he finishes off with Bolton and Plaisir.
140.
But this has been a much better leg for Warby.
$134. Might get back 161.
161 then. He's got 6 of here to get his first leg on the board.
65. $96. Might get required 96.
This could be to save the match, because Crabtree is in a position where he'd be expecting a dart at a double which
Game
means that
shot
that
number
shot
four,
was
flag.
so important
Mike
from
Warburton.
Warburton. Just shows a touch of quality.
Fifth leg, it's Cam to throw first. Game on.
Because it could be so easy right now for Warburton just to admit defeat as far as his group is concerned, that nothing is transpiring for him.
135.
And this is why I think he'll be okay when it comes to Group C. I think if it was other players in the scenario that Warburton's in, I would fear a little bit that
100.
they would lag over going into Group C. But I think Warby will very quickly forget about this group and will go again with a fresh mind.
140.
You may have to shake the hand of his opponent after defeat again here in the not too distant future.
100. 56.
Left himself on the fish. And he's going to get the luxury of time
45.
to take this match
Can
out, to
require
take out his
107.
second win of the day. Beautiful. Magnificent.
145.
And he almost reeled it in.
Time on his side. We'll get another visit. Warburton can only pressurise the shot. But right now, I don't think Cam Crabtree's feeling any pressure whatsoever,
190.
despite the maximum.
Can he require
He's looked
25.
cool, calm, collected, and he could be the winner.
It's only one dart. And he goes
21.
inside on the double four, and maybe
Michael
Warburton
requires
did apply that
76.
scoreboard pressure, and maybe he wrote his obituary too soon. Because he's now going to get one dart. At tops.
56.
But it's not taken.
Can he
So this is
require
awkward for Crabtree.
4.
4 points away
Game
from 4
shot
legs.
of the match.
And now
Cam
Crabtree's in
Crabtree.
second spot in the table. Crabtree 2 wins from 2, now in pole position in that Group B race. As for Mike Warburton, it's another frustrating defeat for him. He must feel like whatever he's tried this week has not amounted to something good enough. He averaged 88 in his first game, 87 there, but Crabtree 91.01. That's actually our highest winning average of the day. He wins 4-1, but after the break, Wesley Plaisir has got the opportunity to win the group. He takes on Victor Tingstrom after this short break.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish a 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only
needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you
Lebanon.
saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it.
Game shot.
And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so.
Andreas Harrison.
Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Lebanovsky. Game shot.
Well, Smith, is it
Darius
a
Lebanovsky.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot on the
Oh,
mark.
he gets the job
Andreas
done
Harrison.
in the end. He's nodding in total
Game shot on the
agreement
second
because
leg. Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just like
Darius
that.
Lebanovsky.
only needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good market for him, and is. It was a great dive.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's a
Harrison.
breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
Shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead.
Fifth leg.
It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Cam Crabtree got the better of Mike Warburton by 4 legs to 1. And now, Wesley Plaisir stands on the cusp of winning this Group A. A win against Victor Tingström, and he will be heading through to Saturday night's final. It mean that he'd made it through in each of his 2 appearances here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. As for Tingström, well, he lost out to Cam Crabtree in his first game of the day, missing a match start at 8-8 on the back of a 112 to get over the line in that particular contest. But for Plaisir, well, he has had it all his own way from the very start. However, the only player to have beaten him this week is the man throwing his last practice darts now, Victor Tingström. And what a contest it was yesterday, one of the best that we've ever seen here at the Live Lounge.
Game on.
Respect before the off, and there'll be respect during the game, because both players yesterday were firing all cylinders in this encounter. Plaisir lost of an average of in excess of 105. Tingström, 101.5 average, 4 from 9 on his doubles to get over the line in a last leg decider. How we hope for more of the same here.
96.
Yeah, it really was a Super Series classic, wasn't it, yesterday when these two took each other on. I'm sure it's a game that many people have re-watched and seen back.
140.
We certainly know that Wesley Plaisir will probably be playing to the same sort of levels because he's been doing it for the whole week. But Tingström didn't quite follow up yesterday's performance levels in the opening game, but this is more like it from Victor Tingström. Maybe there's just something about Wesley that brings the best out of Victor Tingström.
30.
Felt very cagey, his game against Cam, and probably both players cagey as well.
98.
Sometimes when you play a real big player as well, that's where you do play your best, because you almost forget about the result. You expect them to hit, you expect them to play well, that you just start to play. And maybe Wesley just showing signs that just a little bit rocked by those performances from Victor Tingström yesterday.
141.
Well, this is a great start for Victor, leaving 32 after 12.
96. Victor require 32.
216s. Can he just clip it off that barrel? Has to shuffle across and fire
Game shot on
home.
the
14
first
dart to start. Tingström
Victor
with the
Tingström.
break.
Second leg, it's Victor to throw first. Game on. 59. 57.
Well, this so far today from Wesley has been well below what we've seen on day 1 and day 2.
134.
And actually, if he loses this game, Wesley, he's actually got a fair bit to thank Cam Crabtree for, because that win for Cam against Victor means that there'd still be a 6-point gap with 6 left to play for. But if Victor had won that game, it'd be 4 points. And yes, he'd still be in a great position, but he'd be left just to sweat a little bit.
It's just felt like that all the way along, hasn't it? That Wesley's had a sizable gap in regards to the rest of the group.
44.
But wasn't that his blistering best in the opening game, Wesley Plaisir? And maybe a little bit of intensity, maybe just coming out of the game a little bit today. Maybe feels the job's done. Well, the job a long way from being done here against Tingström, who's looking like he could double his lead.
100.
Likely to double the
88.
lead.
Averaging 105.
Game shot.
That
the
is
second
back to
leg.
back 14
Victor
dart
Tingstrom.
legs for Victor Tingstrom to lead Plaisir by 2 legs to 0.
Third leg, it's Wesley to throw first. Game.
107.36, the average for Tingstrom.
123.
Wesley trying to dig deep, trying to show different qualities. He's shown that he's a front runner.
135.
We've seen him front run for the entire week. Can he battle back? Can he bring it back against a player who's hitting him with what he's been hitting everybody
45.
else with?
There is something about Wesley Plaisir that is making Tingstrom tick.
80.
He's in the line a bit here, Wesley, isn't he? Like he hasn't done through the week. A lot of fives sort of creeping into the game. That little rotation he has in the body just working against him at the moment.
135.
But this is a quality performance from Tingstrom. It's even better than his best that we've seen.
That was a Benitez kick there.
Record 151.
Well, I said the rotation was coming in. That was a full rotation there from Plaisir.
Well, every single leg in this game has been 1 in 14 or less. Well, they've both been 1 in 14, but that one's 1 in 13. And what a quality game we're being treated to here. These two delivering the goods once again.
Full flag, it's Victor to throw first. Game.
Wesley's best performance came on Monday in game number 3, an average of 111.33. Victor Tingstrom looking to hit him with something similar,
24.
but that is an opportunity. A bit of unfortunate play there for Tingstrom.
57.
Wesley unable to step in there. If he could have jumped in with a big score, he could have become favourite again for the game.
100.
Well, Wesley spraying it all over the
82.
place at the moment. And Tingstrom just continues to motor.
140.
But to be fair, in that camouflage shirt, I'm surprised that Wesley can see it coming.
Wayward darts again, and this is a concern here for Wesley, and that's why he's stepping back.
62.
The darts left and right, not keeping them straight. That will come with that rotation and that body movement. Something he's had under full control so far this week.
140.
But there's nothing controlling him out this game right now for Wesley.
140. Victor record 97.
For 3-1. Great second dart. Double 12.
85.
Well, if we're going to keep this run of legs being 1 in
Wesley
5
require
visits, then
160.
Plaisir has to take this 160 out. And also level us up at 2-2.
92. Victor required
Well,
12.
he's within range. Should Tingstrom make the mistake, but he's made very little in regards of mistakes in this game so far.
Six.
Until now.
Wesley requires 68.
This has been where Wesley Plaisir has been the difference maker. These sort of combination finishers where he's got one dart in hand.
36.
A
Victor
remiss.
requires 6.
It's just not happening today the same way it did on days 1 and 2. Wow. How does he find a way?
Game
What
shot
a
on the
dart.
full flag. Victor
What a
Tingstrom.
dart that was. As
Fifth
Glenn
against
Dunn
Wesley
would
to
say,
throw
what a
first. Game.
dart. And now Plaisir is on the ropes.
140.
Tingstrom one away. Plaisir needs a lot if he's going to go through right here, right now.
100. 134.
But Plaisir punches back. $
100. 140.
Big leg from Wesley. This is what he's been doing throughout the week, but he needs to find this on the Tingstrom throw. He only needs to find the one break, though. That'll be the encouraging factor here for Wesley.
55. Wesley require
But you
87.
feel it's going to have to be from Wesley's brilliance rather than any mistake from Tingstrom.
55.
Well, the averages are now plateaued. And both players now not too far off one another. Plaisir averaging 93.5.
94.
Tingstrom
Wesley require
95.5. Is that awkward?
No
Yes, it
score.
was. And this is
Victor
for the
require
match.
152.
Well, another opportunity for Wesley.
56. Wesley require 32.
Double 16. And he needs this to go quickly. You don't want the
Game's on the
drama, you
fifth
don't
leg.
want it extending
Wesley
to the
Plaisir.
last darts. But this is the leg, this is the one. You feel if Tingstrom is to win this game and
Plaisir
get the
gets
double
Victor
over
to
Wesley
reverse.
Plaisir, it has
Game.
to be here, it has to be now.
Because suddenly the seesaw is beginning to balance more on the side of Plaisir.
96.
There it is again, that wayward dart into the fives.
81. $100.
Treble a throw for Tingstrom. That's what he needs to do. Force Wesley into hitting something big.
85.
I think he's hit more fives in this game than he has done all week.
First time the radar's
58.
really gone. But even still, he's still in this leg if he can find a couple of trebles. Because Tingstrom is unable to really put sizable pressure on.
140.
That means we're kind of about an even kilter. Okay, Plaisir's in front in terms of points, but Tingstrom will think, big score here, then I only need a couple of hits to mop this match up. And a big visit comes at a big time!
180. $137.
Well, both players hitting big at the back end of the leg. But this would be the biggest moment of them all for Tingstrom. Should be just be the one dart. It's going to be tops.
For back-to-back wins against Plaisir, the
47.
Oh,
chance has come and gone. And Wesley will come back to
Wesley
send
require
us to a last
58.
leg.
He breathes again. He should be leaving his favourite tops. He's going to get two darts to take us the distance, to break the throw,
Game
and
shot on the
become
sixth leg.
favourite once
Wesley
again.
Plaisir.
A chance to get the job done, a chance to win the group mathematically here
Seventh
for
and
Wesley
final leg is
Plaisir.
Wesley to throw first. Game on.
One leg to go. And he has the throw. How important was that? How important could that be? We've alluded to it before the game even started.
125.
Victor Tingstrom has now had darts to win both of the matches he's played to date. Spurned to dart at double eight to beat Crabtree. Has spurned to dart at top to beat Plaisir.
140.
But what a reaction there after missing that opportunity. Wesley kicking off with a two treble combo. And Tingstrom following him in. What a last leg we're having here.
140.
Plaisir showing the darts of a champion here. Hasn't been at his best in this match, but when it comes to the last leg, he's throwing in some big scores. The issue he's got is Tingstrom's following him.
140.
He's got 6 from 236, and you sense he's going to have to get it done in that time.
When you're opening this situation, 125, 140, you'd expect to have a little bit of daylight. This is
135.
quality darts. 101 after 9, but Tingstrom could leave something better.
Can we play the match play format and win by 2 clear legs, please?
135. Wesley require 101.
Tingstrom on a 2 darter. Plaisir first poke on the 101. To send himself through. Double 16. And Wesley Plaisir is into Saturday night's final at a canter. He made one of the toughest groups in Super Series history look so easy. He was so good, so ruthless throughout. And he gets it done with an average which pretty much sums up his average for the week. 95.5, 4 for 9 on his doubles. That's pretty much playing to his type. For Victor Tingstrom, he played superbly well. 98.5 the average. He's had darts to win both of his matches so far as Victor Tingstrom, but on both occasions he's managed to go out the wrong side of a 4-3 scoreline. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Ben Payne take on Cam Crabtree.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Skate.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Oh, Bosh.
Pie face is through. He gets
And
through
he's
in the end.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that pie face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Wesley Plaisir is through to Saturday night's final after getting the better of Victor Tingstrom by 4 legs to 3, sealing it with a 101 checkout. So Plaisir confirms his possession through to Saturday night's final. As for Cam Crabtree, he's also won 2 from 2, but Bolton and Tingstrom have both lost their opening matches, and so look how the table's now flip-flopped. Crabtree in second when he began in 4th. Tingston and Bolton 3rd and 4th respectively, and they play in game 8 of the session. And so Crabtree can temporarily open up a 4-point lead on the pair and a 4-point lead over the player in 4th place. And remember, at the end of this round of fixtures, there will only be 4 points to play for. And suddenly Crabtree can sniff out an opportunity.
For Ben Payne, he picked up his 2nd victory in the last game, and it's now a case of can he follow that up. It was a good performance again on the outer ring from Ben Payne, and it's just about carving out opportunities and giving himself that opportunity to take out the finish. But Cam Crabtree, significantly, you expect to see him outscoring Ben Payne on the evidence of what we've seen so far from Cam.
First leg, it's Ben to throw first. Game on. $29.
Said the scoring was the problem for Ben Payne, and evident there in just the first 3 darts.
96. $95.
What will be your overriding assessment of today as a whole so far?
99.
I think everyone's turned up today knowing what the situation is. I think everyone's turned up today to clap Wesley Plazia as he
85.
crosses the line. This is sort of the danger you get sometimes, isn't it, with a Group A, only having the one
136.
qualification place, and sort of if you've got a dominant force in the group.
121.
That last
Can
start
we
from
record
Ben leaves him on a
170?
no finish, so Cam has got 6 darts here at the 170. Wouldn't need it to have gone for the bullseye.
105.
But Cam, at the moment, is looking like the best of the rest.
26. Can we record
And if the truth be
65?
told, his level hasn't changed. We mentioned this earlier on, that he's kind of been the standard bearer for the group. He's staying as he is, but there's been a little bit of a
25.
drop-off elsewhere, which is probably
Can you
why he's
record
getting more joy today
145?
than he has done on days 1 and 2. He's going to come back for tops here to get the break and lead 1-0.
37. Can we record 40?
Hasn't had joy on this today.
Game
But
shot
does
the first
there.
leg.
Into the top
Cam
right-hand
Crabtree.
corner it goes. And Crabtree opens up a 1-zip lead.
Second leg, it's Cam to throw first. Game on. $80.
Oh, well, that Robin Hood has pierced right through the flight. That's going to need some changing.
$45.
A few running repairs for Cam Crabtree. Not quite the speed we've seen recently at Silverstone.
No, not quite Guido, is it? Nonetheless, it's time for a Crabtree pit stop. Nobody does it quicker than Guido. Do you even know what I'm on about?
Nope.
There was a famous film called Cars.
58.
It's an animated film, and basically it's about a racing car driver who,
76.
a very famous racing car driver who gets lost in this town in the middle of nowhere, and
So a children's movie.
yeah.
When did you watch that? Last night?
32.
After Countdown, was it?
Was that the Sudoku puzzle? No, I was actually I was actually out and about last night.
100.
I was actually at a football game last night.
96.
To be honest, I wish I never went.
140.
Well, half his score. And a much better leg here for Ben Payne, trying to get that breaker throw back that Cam took off him in the opening leg.
42. Penny require 140.
Oh, another one of them. Oh, double 10.
120. $130.
Well, Ben hasn't
Penny
found
require
too many
20.
problems when it's been throwing at the doubles. But he has on this very
60.
rare
Penny
occasion.
requires
Normally when Ben
63.
gets down, Ben gets out. But he could be going out for the count here if Cam Crabtree can take this, and a
Game shot on the
beautiful finish
second
there
leg.
to recover the situation. He
Crabtree.
knows he was fortunate there, Cam, who gives it a touch of the
The leg is
apologies.
Ben to throw first. Game on.
Also now known as the Masons.
You can tell him that.
45.
Well, we always say, do as I say, not as I do.
134.
Sure, I'll be doing plenty of things total opposite to what I sit here and say when I'm down there in
96.
weeks to come.
We'll await to see the return of Edgar on the stage.
57.
Glenn Davant's booked just for that week, I'm sure. Darius will be playing in it. I'll make sure I'm as far away from it.
$100.
Just doing what he needs to do today is Cam. Hasn't been spectacular, though. Our judgment of his spectacular is probably a bigger remit than it is most here. But it's just going about and doing a professional job.
140.
And again, just picking up the pace a little bit, isn't he now, Cam Crabtree? Getting in that flow and that rhythm. That was a big last start. Somehow managed to find its way through that wall of tungsten to leave himself on a possible two-darter, but tops for Crabtree. Beautiful combination finish.
Cam Crabtree.
And takes full advantage now.
Full flag, it's Cam to throw
Leg away
first.
from
Game on.
putting himself second in the league table. And that would be pretty much Cam in Group B.
78.
And that is mainly because of the game that's up next, Bolton against Tingstrom. He'd have a 4-point lead for the pair going into that match. And of course, only one can move on to 14.
60.
Effectively, if he wins this game, he is one more victory away from qualifying for Group B.
30.
His last two matches are against Bolton and Plaisir. So there's no guarantees,
40.
really. So he may break the back of the hard work, but he may have to cross the line himself.
$43.
Seems like one of those chat room people are looking forward to you returning, Matt. Apparently made loads of money on Modus from you hitting 180s. What are they betting on? Rupees?
96.
And then I gave it the bow. I'm sure the bow will make an appearance at some point.
You got to hit 180 first.
42.
Well, I should have enough games to get at least one. No 180s in this one, though. 3 legs in. All in the favour of Cam Crabtree. And it just feels
59.
like Ben Payne's performance levels have just dropped off again. He started the day pretty well. Just looking a little bit tight in this game. Game that he's not had too much success in, really, in regards to a head-to-head fixture across the last couple of days. And maybe that just rearing its head.
99.
So Crabtree leads himself on a 2-darter. Payne, who got that win against Andy
54.
Bolton last time out, looks
Andy
like he's
Bolton,
going to taste
96.
defeat here. This is a 3 wins and 3. He has turned the tide in his favour today,
87.
but he hasn't won this particular match yet.
124.
And he will be back. Ben Payne unable to add to his Tumplers checkouts. And Cam
23.
Crabtree, a little bit of time.
9.
Should be at least 2 darts here.
Double 4, but that was low. But
Game
double 4 is
shot
found
on
with
the
conviction, and Cam Crabtree is turning the page on Wednesday. 3 wins on 3, and he now is in the box seat for B. There's the celebration again. Those the stats from that particular match. 80.16 the average, 4 from 9 on the doubles. It wasn't vintage, but it's a win, and we're going to watch Bolton and Tingstrom after this short break.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Liveline.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Well, what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith, is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot on the
Well,
mark.
he gets the job
Andreas
done
Harrison.
in the end. He's nodding in total
Game shot on the
agreement
second
because
leg. Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Game shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's a
Harrison.
breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
Game shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison.
Hi there, welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Cam Crabtree got the better of Ben Payne by 4-0. That moves him on to 16 points in this Group A table, and it means that he's going to be 4 points clear of the loser of this game between Victor Tingstrom and Andy Bolton. Both players have lost both of their matches at the beginning of this Wednesday session. Bolton losing out to Plaisir before then being on the wrong end of defeat to Ben Payne. As far as Victor is concerned, Cam Crabtree put pay to him in game 1 before playing superbly against Wesley Plaisir in his second game, losing out 4-3, and crucially as well, Tingstrom has had a dart to win both of his matches today so far, but hasn't been able to convert them. How we may be talking about that come the end of the day.
Andy Bolton in that defeat to Ben Payne was completely outscoring him, but the doubles completely let him down. They let him down in game number 1 as well. He's had a bit of time off. bit of time in the back room to try and put it right. Maybe would have done a few of the doubling and finishing games and routines, try and get something going on the practice board, because he's going to need it here against Tingstrom, who was quite unfortunate to have not got the victory against Wesley Plaisir and looks to be continuing the same vein of form. And maybe it's a value play here, because the odds compiler's got Bolton as odds on favourite. 6 to 5, maybe value on Tingstrom here.
Bolton fires in a max, and the bookies say you're never going to meet a poor one of us.
130.
Good first leg. Both players on a 2-darter after 9.
Bullseye for Bolton. Well, this is 34. The same leg that Tingstrom played in the last leg against Plaisir. This time he gets a shot. 140, 140, 135. His last 2 scoring legs on that stage.
Game
and he goes out in 12 for a big breaker throw. He's got better as the week has gone on, as Victor Tingstrom. And I think if I was to look at the table now and say who would be probably the most 2 deserving players, or the 2 players you'd expect to be in Group B, you'd have to go with Tingstrom and Crabtree.
Bolton in Group C.
140.
However, you would say, and this, again, no slant at the rest of the field, you would say Bolton would be in a very good position to get out of that Group C.
He'll be favourite, absolutely. However, there's still a long way to go. He can still get back into this game, and this game is a crucial game because this is 3rd v 4th. The winner of this game will come off stage with 14 points and in pole position.
57.
Tingstrom seems to be getting involved in these high-quality battles, doesn't he? And he's getting drawn into one here, but he's got 6 darts here. Andy Bolton unable to find a 2-treble combo to recover the situation. Just 1 treble for Tingstrom.
60.
Would have been enough. Instead, Andy Bolton, with all his experience, will know this is an opportunity. Knows there's a lot of work to be done on the 104.
100.
However, if there's any player likely to do so on the basis of the first 2 days' play, it's Victor Tingstrom. This would be for an 11th ton plus checkout of the week.
90. And he require 80.
Doesn't go. And so Bolton looking to punish and capitalise. 5. Inside it goes. He did not like that one bit, did he?
Victor require 14. No
he may
score.
not have liked that, but he'll love that from Tingstrom.
Require 5.
Misses another 3 darts. 4 darts for Tingstrom for a 2-0 lead, unable to capitalise. Can Bolton sort out the finishing?
The Madhouse.
Game shot.
Level we are, 1-1.
Andy Bolton. The leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on. $140.
You can sense what this game means, can't you? Certainly to Andy Bolton, you can see the determination, the focus all over his face. He's playing this game with hunger and desire.
$60.
The one thing you get when you hear or you speak to Andy is that
45.
same real fire in the belly, and he calls playing darts as a profession a real pleasure, real privilege.
85.
Privilege probably being the main word. You know, he knows how lucky he is that he's able to wake up, and this is the job that he gets to do.
84.
He's got to travel the world. He's got to experience some great things by playing this sport.
$83.
He's probably one of those players in a perfect suit. Because he could play this, play seniors, ADC, WDF. And because he's high enough in the Challenge Tour, he can play a bit of Pro Tour.
The golden ticket. Can play where he wants, when he wants. And that's why he's still a
81.
professional player. And I've seen a few things doing the rounds recently that's very interesting in regards to what players have earned without a tour card this year and compared to those that have. And there's a real opportunity for players
and he required 52.
to earn, to be professional without that card, where not too many years ago that wasn't even a possibility.
That's double 16 here.
20.
Doesn't go, and so Tigsham will return for the 84
Picture
to
required.
break
84.
the throw of Bolton and to open up a 2-1 lead. 14 and Bull. Bullseye, big dart, but
41.
cannot find the line or the length.
And he required 32.
And so Bolton will come back for double 16 to open up a 2-1 advantage, double 8.
Game show the
Goes.
third leg.
And Bolton edges
Andy
in
Bolton.
front.
Fourth leg, it's Victor to throw
There's
first.
been opportunities
Game.
here for Tingstrom to win all of these legs. Andy Bolton now starting to cash in on his opportunities.
47.
Probably in a position he probably felt he shouldn't be in, really, because it was a rare defeat to Ben Payne, but it's actually the two players on stage that are the two players that Ben Payne's been
140.
able to register wins against.
And this is how strange today could be. Cal Crutchy began the day in 4th place and on the back foot.
44.
By the end of this game, he could be in 2nd place and 4 points clear of Tingsham, who began the day in 2nd place and in a very good position.
59.
The dynamic between these middle three in the group has been absolutely compelling.
96.
I'll tell you what, I'm really intrigued to see what Mike Warburton does against Wesley Plaisir in the next game.
162.
But that maximum visit of 162 leaves Bolton at 140.
96. And he required 140.
And he's going to get 6 here to break the throw of Tingstrom and to open up a 3-1 lead. Going to find the second trouble to leave double 10, but it will leave himself on tops after 12.
$58. And he required 40.
Tops for 3-1 to Bolton.
Game
In
shot
it goes,
the fourth
3-1 he
leg.
leads.
Andy
And
Bolton.
now has the darts for the match.
Fifth leg, it's Andy to throw first.
Yesterday
on.
couldn't have got any better for him. Today couldn't have got any worse for him. What a compare and contrast it has been for Victor Tingstrom.
$60.
Tingstrom is in the middle of a Ting storm. And he must be feeling a little bit like that Travis track. Why does it always rain on me?
93.
Whereas yesterday he must have felt like flowers in the window.
$60.
We won't go through any more of their tracks because the last thing you want to hear on this broadcast is sing, sing, sing.
100.
I'm assuming they're not your type of music, Matt.
58.
I didn't even realise there were songs.
Surely you must have heard of it. Why is it always rain on me?
Yeah, I think so. I've got a very
58.
particular playlist of about 20 songs on repeat.
WrestleMania 22 playlist or something.
It's really dropped off, hasn't it, here for Tingstrom in this game?
180.
Maybe a bit of a blow when he played what would be probably his best darts in the last game against Blazier and came up dry.
100. And he required 143.
So 1-4-3 for Bolton to seal a 4-1 success. It's not going to go. And so Tingsham, who hasn't had a tub plus checkout today, is in desperate search of one
107,
here. Otherwise,
150.
he looks like he's going to find himself on the wrong end of defeat. No one of them doesn't go. But that 999 with the last start there for Bolton has left himself on 36.
I think leg 2 was the key point here. Those missed darts, 4
88,
darts for
and he
Tingstrom,
required
never really
36.
recovered from that.
And Bolton, ever since, has made full advantage of it and
Game
makes
shot
Tingstrom
of the
pay.
match.
And look at the
Andy
reaction there from
Bolton.
the X Factor. You could see how vital a victory that was. As for Victor Tingstrom, he smiles as he shakes the hand of the referee, but he must be scratching his head wondering what has happened today after everything went so good on Tuesday. Bolton a 4-1 winner against Victor Tingstrom, and that now means that Cad Crabtree's in pole position in that race. The two players depart the stage. For Bolton in a good position. For Tingsham, he's back now against the wall. But coming up after the break, we're going to watch Mike Warburton take on Wesley Plaisir, who's made that stage his own. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Victor Tingstrom, well, Victor shouldn't really be his name today because he's lost all 3 of his matches so far. His latest defeat is a 4-1 loss to Andy Bolton. Bolton having just under 90 in that game despite missing 10 darts at a double. And so it means that Bolton and Crabtree are the 2 players who have pole position in the race for Group B. But we're going to watch 2 players that are going to be treading completely different paths as far as Thursday and Friday are concerned. The path that Wesley Plaisir will be treading will probably be somewhere along the South Sea seafront because he has won Group A here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth and won it quite convincingly.
First
He takes on Mike Warburton, who will be back for an afternoon session on Thursday and Friday afternoon respectively.
$100.
So, for Wesley, the victory lap begins.
58.
Now the question is, what is left in there when the adrenaline, when that intensity is gone? What is left with the raw ability?
100.
Is there enough in there to beat Warburton, who's been on a bit of a torrid run, really, hasn't he? Just the 1
99.
win in his last 10 matches.
$60.
For Warby, he's kind of known his fate for a long time now. This is pretty much from here on in just about playing himself into form going into tomorrow, just to give him something in terms of confidence to go in with. Yesterday was a real bitter disappointment for him, and it wasn't because he's played bad, not by the furthest stretch of the imagination, but
82.
you don't find yourself winning darts matches, that annoyance creeps in. Okay, the old treble 1 double 19 route.
Game
Well,
shot.
that's some way of taking out the 101, isn't it? And Warburton is on the board. He leads Plaisir by a leg to nil.
Second leg is Wesley to throw
Ironically,
first.
that was the finish Plaisir took out to win the group last time out.
140.
Yeah, really good. Sort of look into the mindset there of Mike Warburton, because when you look where Plaisir was, he wasn't on a finish, so could have looked at potentially laying that up. Try and leave double 16, a target he's left on many occasions, but no, straight for it and straight in.
100.
It's been at this point of the last couple of days where Plaisir has hit his peak. It was this spell, this run on Monday, where he entered beast mode.
100.
Where he put in the back-to-back averages of 100.2 and 111.33. And then yesterday, around about this stage of the session, had a 95 average and... well, 95 and a 98 average at this point of the session yesterday.
60.
And so it's around about the midday mark where Plaisir finds his purple patch.
64.
And he's got a fair bit of time to level this contest up at 1 apiece.
We thought he might. But a maximum for Warby has just changed the equation. Now just 4 points on the scoreboard between the pair.
Game shot on the second leg.
Hassle-free quality there from Plaisir.
4 points difference, but a massive difference because Plaisir was left on a 2-darter. Warby was on, well, effectively a 3-darter. He could go triple 17 ball, but we know he ain't going to do that with 2 in hand, but theoretically speaking anyway. But Plaisir levels up with a 14-darter, 1 apiece. Both players averaging 96 as we head into leg 3 of this contest. And Plaisir piles in his first max of the match.
140. 100.
And this is what Plaisir can do, because suddenly from nowhere, he's brought his average up to 105.
$55.
That first start starting to go now for Wesley. And that was,
95.
again, the strength. When he was dominating this group in the early parts of the week.
100.
Big left start there for Warburton, gives him
Wesley
some
require
hope.
126.
Should Wesley not be able to take out the 126, you'd rather have some hope than no hope. He's got a lot more hope now because Wesley is purely on a setup shot. May leave himself with work to do if he can't find the treble, but never underestimate the ability right now of a very confident Wesley Plaisir.
$98. Wesley require 40.
Old faithful for Wesley.
Game shot on the third leg.
No problem
Wesley Plaisir.
whatsoever. Absolutely loves tops.
Full flag gets Wesley to throw
Expect
first.
to see that
Game.
plenty more times this week. We'll be seeing it on Saturday, you feel? Well, we will. He's going to be there. He's in.
140.
Here's an incredible stat for you, Matt. In Wesley Plaisir's time at the Super Series, only one player has beaten him more than once.
Was that Patrick Van den Bogaard?
60.
No, it wasn't. That said players playing tomorrow night in Group B. That's Jared Cole.
$140.
So what you're saying is you may have found the kryptonite to Wesley Plaisir.
Basically, the king of the castle is a bit of a
100.
rascal towards Plaisir. So what I'm saying is, if Cole gets through to Saturday night, he could be the bogeyman.
85.
Yeah, we haven't seen much of Patrick, though, have we, since?
140. Where's the record? 136.
136 for Plaisir to open up a 3-1 lead. That's perfectly situated for another to join. 888.
120.
Not to be.
We'll be back. Warburton not doing too much wrong. Coming down in blocks of 100. Going to set himself up beautifully after 12.
139.
But again, he's got to stand and hope that Plaisir misses a familiar story throughout the week and a familiar story in the regard to the result. Another 13 darter there for Wesley. And we said when the intensity, when the adrenaline goes, what is left in the raw ability of Wesley Plaisir? It is that. An average of 106, defying an average of 99 here for Mike Warburton, who has rose his levels significantly from not just what we've seen today, but for the week.
60.
It's just regulation, though. That's what makes it so incredible. There's players that will have an individual game like Wesley's having here, and we would be praising it from the rooftops, but it just feels like another game of darts.
69. $97.
Just turns up on the stage, game on, gets it done. And usually the tail of the tape
85.
is a Wesley win. And again, Warby must be thinking, how am I walking into another one?
100.
That wayward dart just starting to go back into the 5 again now for Wesley. We saw it in the last game. Just that over rotation. He's got that little bit of sway in the body, certainly at the point of release. If he doesn't get that right,
97.
he's liable to swing into the fives and just creeping its way back into the game again for Wesley. There it is again.
85. Marking required 66.
Big last dart. This a big dart for Warby to stay in the match. Double 18. Doesn't go, and so
48.
Plaisir has a match-winning
Wesley
chance
require
here.
121.
If he could take out the 121. The 11s. And now the bullseye to seal the win.
96.
Not this time.
Marking required 18. Game show on the fifth leg. Mike
And
Warburton.
Warby brings it back to 3-2. Plaisir has the darts to win the match.
Sixth leg, it's Wesley to throw first. Game on. 96. $60. $140.
Unless Warburton hits big, that is the hammer blow there for Wesley. Warburton's had enough experience on places such
100.
as the WF and the Challenge Tour to be able to ride those blows, to go with it. But these are big blows. These are haymakers.
171.
These are game changers, game closers.
It's just whenever you get a moment's peace, or you think you get a moment's peace against Plaisir,
100.
does he then
Wesley
find
required
another
94.
spell of brilliance? And suddenly here he's on for an 11 darter to win this match. He's got time on his hands,
54.
time on his side. And for Warburton, once again, he's going to be toast. And he must feel like he's being cremated amidst the
60.
furnace. But this has
Wesley
been a bread and
require
butter
40.
performance from Plaisir. Tops for the win. Double 10.
20.
This is where Warburton will be kicking himself that he hasn't kept closer order, that this is not just any possibility of an outshot here.
60.
Well, he's in
Wesley
range.
required
Should
20.
Wesley make another mistake, but it's rare he makes one, never mind two.
And there will not be a
Game
second
shot
chance of
and a
Warburton
match. Wesley
as
Plaisir.
Wesley Plaisir now makes it 12 wins from 13. 24 points to his name. And another incredibly good performance. Are you surprised when you see an average like 98.34 next to Wesley Plaisir's name? Of course you're not. Are you surprised when you see 4 out of 9 on the checkouts? Of course you're not. Are you surprised when you see Wesley Plaisir win again? Of course you're not. 4-2, he beats Mike Warburton. Coming up after the break, two of the most experienced campaigners go toe-to-toe as Cam Crabtree takes on Andy Bolton. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Wesley Plezier get the better of Mike Warburton by 4 legs to 2. He's safely through to Saturday night's final. We've known that for a long time now. And it's advantage Cam Crabtree in the race of Group B. If he wins this game against Andy Bolton, he'll move on to 18 points in the group. And it would mean that he would be safe in Group B because Victor Tingshaw can only get to a maximum of 16 from here. He takes on Andy Bolton in a big fixture in that particular race. Bolton himself could strengthen his grip on a Thursday and Friday night appearance if he can get the better of this pair. Well, this is the most played game that we've seen at the Super Series this year. It's the third time they've been in the same group as one another. They played for 5 days in a Champions Week in Series 6. They played against one another in a Group B in Series 7. And they could well renew rivalries for 5 times, maybe even 6 times this week.
First leg, it's Cam to throw first. Game on.
You know, we speak about unknown quantities a lot, Matt. Well, this is the exact opposite. These two will know each other's game inside and out.
99.
With that, will just become a little level of comfort as well. And
140.
Andy Bolton, who's been quite deliberate in his approach at times, and certainly throughout his career, one of the more deliberate players. Just happy to play Cam here at a much faster pace. Look at the approach to the hockey. He's in, he's ready to go.
$69.
These two are probably a demonstration of the Super Series as a format. You've got Andy, a player with vast experience, dropped off the tour now, applying his trade on the senior circuit. Up against a player in Crabtree who, in terms of reputation, what they've done this year, probably in a similar position.
140.
But Crabtree on the other side of the experience scale. Still very experienced for his age, but a player that many feel have got a big future in the sport.
57. And he required 152.
The man with experience who has taken the darts in leg 1, and he could take out the 152. But the second treble goes a begging.
100.
Well, now there's pressure on this 52.
133.
He's himself on a single to double combo if this does not go. Double 16 for Bolton. 1-0 Bolton, 14 darter, some way to get out the gate.
Second leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
A win for Andy
60.
Bolton would be bad news for Tingstrom. Tingstrom would be pretty much looking
80.
like a Group C campaign. Could still get in there on leg difference.
$180.
When you look at players that will be dangerous in a Group C campaign, Tingstrom, with the levels that he can find, he could be a favourite for that.
134.
But Crabtree does have a problem if he loses this game. Because Tingstrom's last 2 is against the bottom 2, and Crabtree's got Plaisir left to play.
97.
So you get the sense he's going to have to get it done in this fixture. Because his legs difference is a little bit on the precarious side.
140, and he recorded 164.
Cannot feel as if the job is done.
94. Cammy require 147.
Looking for the 147 break. Pots the red. But then when it came to the green,
and
he misfired and miscued. Well, 19 and bull. Bullseye. Oh, that was succulent.
Andy Bolton.
How beautiful was
Further, it's
that?
Cam to throw first. Game on.
Great recovery. And Bolton's feeling it. These two might have a lot of
91.
respect for one another, but if we've learned something about the words of Mr. Bolton over the years, how can you be darters if we can't be friends?
40.
I take it again, it's another one not on your music resume.
No.
44. $99. 81.
Well, Cratchit needs to move back into this match. On throwing this one, but Bolton is piling
140.
upon him.
$85.
And now Bolton's fate for the double breaker throw, and suddenly here Crabtree is in severe trouble. Not just in this game, but in this scenario. Because as easy as he could have put himself
42.
in positions, as easy as he could undo his hard work. However,
125.
his leg may have just wrestled and flip-flopped the other way all of a sudden.
$140.
We're
Can
big
be
and
required
bold
75.
and stayed away from the treble, so he didn't join the list of people that have bust the maximum.
Game
A
shot the
beautiful
third
finish
leg.
there.
Cam
from
Crabtree.
Cam Crabtree. Nice quick combination.
Fourth leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
And let's take a little gander over. We've got some no Henrys coming up.
Don't worry, they will very quickly
85.
be removed from the chat room. Problem is with chat rooms, they're all just
43.
sitting on their. See, Dark World Order. Yep, you can stay. You need to keep up, Matt. He's right.
59.
You know, sat in your Spider-Man pajamas in the box room all day. You need to experience a bit of culture.
I just want to throw out there that I fully advocate you winning more awards this week, Henry.
60.
Well, the problem is, Croydon's Cameron Crabtree isn't going to find the green grass of home just yet. And if he does from this position, it'd be just incredible.
25.
That's what we're in this game for, Matt. Trophies.
You'll be getting many of those, don't you worry.
121.
And Crabtree is pulling this back for two reasons. He's getting
69.
better, and Andy Bolton just getting a little bit wayward here. Breaker throw here would put Cam Crabtree back as favourite to win this game again, because he'd have the
139.
advantage of throw in what would be a short format game.
Around about this time a leg ago, Bolton was averaging in excess of 101, and now suddenly Crabtree's got the ascendancy
58.
in that
Can we
particular
require
demographic. Just
138.
giving us an indication as to where both players are kind of moving up and down in this game. And he's got 6 here, Crabtree, to square this contest up at 2-2.
91.
Leave himself at 47. We'll get a couple of darts upon his return.
$100. Can be required 47.
Double 16. Haven't seen her around this region much today.
Game shot the
And
fourth.
fires in the double 16
Crabtree.
to square us up at 2-2 from 2-0 down.
Fifth leg, it's Cam to throw
This
first.
really is match play.
Game
Look at the faces of both players. Crabtree giving Bolton the eye, and his response is to go back to the drinks table. He does not want to engage in this contest. He just wants to win this contest.
60.
Beautiful darts there for Andy Bolton, who's just had a bit of a mid-game nap in this one. But finds in his
56.
second maximum of this game. He's 15th of the week, and we've had some big 180 hitting this week, haven't we? None more so than Victor Tingstrom,
93.
who's already recorded 22 maximums in his 13 games. That's an incredible return. And add another one to the maximum
180.
column, this time in favour of Cam Crabtree. Maximum number 12.
Well, he's needed to do that just to keep tabs, because Bolton has smashed the throw at Crabtree here. And he just has this
140.
uncanny ability in games, does it? Just when you think Bolton is a bit susceptible, a little bit got at, does he then put in a big leg? And he's doing exactly the same here.
96.
Leaves himself on 88
required
after 9.
88.
Is now favoured to move 3-2 up. And he'd then have the darts to win this contest. 18 bull. Chased the treble, paid the price, and Crabtree will come back for the 109.
$40. Can we require 109?
Well, this would be a big game changer in the favour of Crabtree if he can pin this. And he's going to get a dart. A double 16.
77.
Which grazes the wire, but interesting as
And
well.
you
The
require
play now is all
48.
on the 16s after the troubles on tops. And that's the double Bolton wants. And there was no way he
Game's
was
on the
missing
fifth
after
leg.
dart 1 being that
Andy
close to the
Bolton.
wire. He breaks the throw at Crabtree and now has the darts for the match.
Sixth leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
And how the situation can change and how the pendulum can swing again, because at the beginning of this game we said
81.
Cam with a win would be into Group B, but defeat here leaves him in a perilous position because he'd have Plaisir to play last. Tingstrom would have the bottom 2 to play in his
57.
last 2, and Bolton takes on Mike Warburton in the last game as well.
$140.
Suddenly, the Rose Garden looks a bit more like a thorny bush.
140.
Played in patches here, hasn't
100.
he, Andy Bolton? Started really well, had a bit of a slumber, and now going back to his top level darts. He's going to have at
59.
least 6 darts here to get the job done. What he'd do for a 140. Another one of those will leave him on tops.
100.
Hasn't missed a dart to the double in this game, Andy Bolton. His average just under 95. It's been a really good display to keep Crabtree at bay.
134.
Leaves
And you
himself
require
on
80.
111 just in case. But this is for the match. 2 in hand at double 10. Up for double 5. For a huge win.
70.
Is that a huge miss?
Can
It's
we
only a
require
big miss if
111?
Cameron Crabtree can hit. Treble 17. He's not going to get a dart, and Andy Bolton another
51.
opportunity to get the job done
And
and
he require
strengthen his
10.
hopes of a Group B place.
It'll put him on to 16 points. It will put him into second place in the group. It's double 5. They both graze the wire. And
No
how is
score.
that third dart not found a way in?
Can we require 60?
Well, that has been the weakness for Andy Bolton. He's been outscoring his opponents, but unable to cash in the chances when he's created them.
Tots for Crabtree,
Aim shot
and we
the
go all the
sixth
way. The pendulum
Crabtree.
swings again. Bolton had a chance to throw for the match and he missed up to win it. And now Crabtree has the throw to win this contest. And he G's himself up. Psychs himself up. Wins this leg, he's
40.
into tomorrow night. However, he has allowed Bolton here an opening, which he's taking full advantage of.
180.
Throwing angry, isn't he, Andy Bolton? Sometimes we do see when players get a bit frustrated, get a bit angry,
60.
that they actually start playing better. Look at that determination on his face.
140.
What a last leg. Max, ton 40. Crabtree's in the dust.
91.
6 from here, most probably be 9. This is amazing. What a last leg from Andy Bolton.
135.
He's left himself on 46 after 9.
60. And he require 46.
To strengthen his grip on a place in the Group B session. It's double 16. And it's amazing from Andy Bolton, saving his best until last to beat Crabtree in the last leg decider. In the end, the average just under 95, 4 from 10 on the doubles. Crabtree worked hard to take the game to a last leg decider, but then Bolton found a bolt from the blue. A 4-3 win against Crabtree. And so coming up after the break, we're going to watch Wesley Plaisir take on Ben Payne, the player at the top, up against the player at the bottom. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we saw a crisp finish from Andy Bolton before the break, beating Cam Crabtree by 4 legs to 3, and doing so with 4 out of 10 on the doubles at an average just under 95. And so we head into the final third worth of matches on this Wednesday afternoon, and it sees Wesley Plaisir, or shall we say winning Plaisir, up against Ben Payne, who, well, these two, they are going to complete the group top and bottom of the table respectively. Neither player can move.
First leg, it's
For Ben.
Wesley to throw first.
This would be an
Game on.
amazing scalp if you could get the better of Wesley. But Wesley in that last game looked good. 98.34 average, 4 on 9 on the doubles.
100.
And as you mentioned, it's this point of the day where he really does come to the fore.
Well, yesterday, a lot of the people that watch along with us on the YouTube channel thought this would be a 4-0 win for Wesley, and they went to back it, and they was happy enough with the result and the outcome. But Ben Payne
85.
showed no fear here of Wesley on day 3, kicking off with a maximum visit.
44.
Well, apparently Ben Payne, in a weird way, had 6 perfect darts, because I've been told in my year that his last 3 darts before starting were
135.
180. Hard work never stops here at the Super Series.
85.
Problem he's got, though, despite the maximum visit, is he's made no inroads here on the Plaisir throw. He
39.
needed the mistake from Big Wes, and it was a big mistake.
133. Wesley back 142.
Well, Payne's left himself on 62. Plaisir has to take this out. And he may take it out. Unlucky with dart 2, just clips above the wire.
82. Benny McCoy 62.
Be the one. Oh, and it's going to be at a double. He wouldn't have expected. It's going to be at double 14. That was 12 for tops.
Game shot
And
on
they
the
always
first leg.
seem to go, don't they, when you make that little bit of a mistake.
Second leg, it's Ben to throw first. Game.
But Ben Payne, the finishing, absolutely on point again. And look at him go.
121.
Is he beginning to believe in himself a bit more now?
Whatever it is, it's working.
$97. $91. $41.
The issue is, though, when you're playing a player like Wes, one little mistake like that, and he'll pounce.
140.
And that's exactly what he does. And for Ben, it'll feel worse because he must have felt he did the hard work in leg 1, accruing the break.
58.
It looks like-
the record 130.
It's going to be handed straight back because Plaisir's got 6 for 130. Doesn't have to attack it. Won't attack it. It's double 8. It's magnificent.
Game shot on the second leg.
It's a third
Wesley
ton
Plaisir.
topper of the day for Wesley Plaisir to level this game up at
Third
1
leg, it's
apiece.
Wesley to throw
And he
first.
really is beginning to
Game on.
find his stride now.
$60. $59. $45.
What I think Wesley's doing here more on day 1 and day 2 is just giving players a little opening, which,
80.
yes, the players got to be good enough to take advantage of, but it felt like times, particularly on Monday, that they just weren't there.
No, he was Completely in control, wasn't he? I do see what you mean, though. A few chances presenting themselves. We've picked up on it all day, that drift into the 5.
81.
But something that as the game goes on, he sort of straightens up the performance. There it is
95.
again. It's a clear issue, isn't it, in the Wesley game? Maybe something he's going to have a look at as he goes to that next level, which we know he's going to go do.
Well, paint on a finish. But you expect another one to follow. Goes down
105.
to leave himself on 96. We mentioned it yesterday. It's been
53.
finishes in this region,
96.
which has been the big telling factor for Wesley. It could be again. Double 18.
Game
2-1.
the third leg.
It's a
Wesley
clinic
Plaisir.
in terms of the finishing for Wesley Plaisir so far. The 130 backed up by the
Full leg, it's Ben to
96.
throw first.
He leads 2-1.
Game.
He's turned this game on its head.
$45.
Averaging 98 once again.
And
180.
climbing.
$99.
I mean, Ben Payne is sort of hanging in there, isn't he? He's kind of going blow for blow at the moment with Wesley, and I feel like I'm saying this a lot at the moment. A better, improved performance from Ben.
135.
But Wesley was thinking about it there, wasn't he? He was thinking about the big fanfare leg.
100.
I suppose when you've won the group, you've won it at quite a canter, you really can begin to think about things like that.
But it's just
72.
not even getting through a leg at the moment where he's not just drifting into that 5. He's not keeping them straight.
57. Wesley Rock 114.
And I picked this up because that'll be what's bugging him. That'll be what's frustrating him. Just becomes a little bit of an annoyance.
58.
Plaisir here, by the way, can break the record for the legs difference record in a Group A campaign. But to do so, he's going to have to win every
100.
single leg he plays from
Wesley
here on
Rock
in.
56.
If he mops this, he'd be on plus 31 legs difference. The record is plus 36. He can actually
16.
equalise that. It's
They
held by
require 100.
Luke Littler, David Evans and Christian Kist.
$60. Wesley required 40.
Tots for the break and tots a 3-1. Double 10.
Game shot on the fourth flag.
Spectacular
Wesley
for Plaisir.
Plaisir.
He's 3-1 to the good. Averaging just under 96.
Fifth leg, it's Wesley to throw first. Game. $135. $46.
Making his move.
Whoa!
Reeling it all in
180.
again, just like the last leg. 5 big power trebles from his opening 6 darts. Stamping
60.
his authority. After just 6 darts. More than 200 points ahead. I
84.
don't think this one's got long to go, Henry.
No, Ben Payne just run out of a little bit of gas here. And Plaisir, 102
83.
points away
Wesley
from
required
a
102.
4-1 success. Isn't the average at the moment in excess of a ton?
62.
Not going to stay that way, but again, it's another real good performance from Wesley Plaisir. Leaving himself on tops after 12.
134.
And to
Wesley required
continue this domination of Group A.
40.
The Wesley
Game shot
Plaisir
of the match.
possession moves on.
Wesley
And it's Ben
Plaisir.
Payne who's his latest victim by 4 legs to 1. Payne took the opener. Plaisir winning the 4 thereafter. Finishing with an average of 99. 4 out of 7 on the doubles. Again, Plaisir, we run out of superlatives for him in terms of the way he's been playing. It's been relentless brilliance, match upon match, leg after leg, and that his latest victory. Coming up after the break, Victor Tingström against Mike Warburton.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only
needs the one. Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Shot on the third leg.
Is
Reece
that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith, is it a
Darius Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
Well, he gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. And there you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him. And is. It was a great guide.
Game shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's a
Harrison.
breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
Game shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead.
The fifth leg. Game shot on the
It's not an
sixth
11,
leg.
but
Andreas
it's a
Harrison.
beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison.
Game 12 here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth sees Victor Tingström and Mike Warburton go toe-to-toe. For Victor, well, he needs to win to stay in the race for Group B with Bolton and Crabtree both on 16 points. If he loses this one to Warby, then it is pretty much over for him. It will be over for him. However, if he wins, he plays Ben Payne in the last match, and Cam Crabtree's got to play Wesley Plaisir next. And so it could be a case of it all being on or all being over.
First leg,
As far
it's
as
Victor to
proceedings
throw
are
first.
concerned. It's really the
Game
last
on.
bit of business that we need to sort out on this Wednesday at the Live Lounge. Well, let's see what this showdown is going to bring us.
99.
I think a lot of it comes down to which Victor do we get and which Mike Warburton do we get, because we've seen so many different versions already this week. And that is why they're sort of in the predicament that they are, where they're both
100.
looking at potential Group C campaigns, because on this week, more than ever, that consistency is vital.
We're seeing more traits of their
94.
darting personality than you would in the film Inside Out. And there has been times where there's been anguish. There has been times where there's been joy. And there's most certainly been time for anxiety for this pair as
100.
well.
$58.
There is a potential that this could be a bit cagey because both players have really been up against it, and I just wonder where mentally this pair could be.
81.
Although Victor can still do it on legs and look at the fixtures.
140.
They do work out better for him than the other rivals in that Group B race. It'll probably feel like it's already done, and it probably won't take too much
55.
reward.
Victory require
Either
110.
in sort of sneaking in. Certainly feels like he's played better than someone who's in the position he is, though.
54.
But it goes back to what we mentioned at the beginning of the day. Somebody in that fourth position was going to be bitterly disappointed because they'd played really well. Probably could have played the dart to won a group in another week, but it's not even good enough to get into the night session.
95. Victory require 56.
But this for 1-0. Tots for Tingstrom.
Game shot on the first
1-0
leg.
it is. He's
Victor
looking the more
Tingstrom.
likely of the two right now.
Second leg is Mike to throw first. $85. $99.
In terms of Warby's level, we know what to expect from him today. His three averages have been pretty much around the same region.
60.
88.79, 87.22, 89.13. So we know roughly where he's going to play at, or the level he's going to play around. And in fairness,
100.
he's been hit by a couple of decent averages and decent performances. The Crabtree 91, where he really kicked on towards the end of the contest, and the Plaisir 98. And that's just been the story of his week, where whatever he's
100.
mustered, his opponent has mustered more.
$98. $100. $60. Mike require 156.
156 for Warburton to square this game up at 1-1. It's not going to go this time. And Tingstrom hasn't had a tub plus checkout today. Missed double eight for the 112 to win his game
144.
against Crabtree at the beginning of the session. And the checkout they won Tingstrom leg 1 is what Warburton wants to win leg 2.
32. Mike require 56.
Tops.
Game shot on the
Well,
second
that was a
leg.
dart full of
Mike
courage and
Warburton.
conviction, and Warburton levels up at 1-1, and it's fair to say that it's been
So
that
against
that's been the
Victor
Achilles
to
heel,
throw
hasn't it? The
first.
doubles,
Game on.
particularly at tops.
Yeah, he's been pulling darts a bit low, hasn't he, at times today? And throughout yesterday's campaign as well.
59.
So you'd always feel a little bit edgy whenever you're thrown up towards the top end of the board when you've been in that situation.
$140.
And one thing we know about Mike, if he can build up a bit of confidence, he can really run with a match.
But
now Victor has awoken.
180. $100.
Just try and explain what Mike Warburton might be feeling right now.
133.
Very simply annoyed. All it'll be annoyance, frustration, which ultimately is disappointment.
60. Victor require 129.
Bottom half of the table, only a handful of wins. He'd have expected a lot more. But
97.
like I say, someone had to be in that position this week, and it's Warburton, and the benefit he's got is the fact that he's got a Group C campaign that he's going to be able to maybe put it right and still book his ticket for Saturday night.
100. Victory required 32.
Double 16 for 2-1 lead. Now 2-8. Can he clip it off the barrel? Yes, is the
Aim shot on
answer.
third leg. Victor
Tingstrom
Tingstrom.
2-1 up.
Fourth leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on. $60.
Well, Wesley
92.
Plaisir through to Saturday night's final here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth in front of a crowd. If you want to be here on a Saturday night at the Super Series, just scan that QR code. It takes you to a
60.
website called www.dartshop.tv where you can ascertain tickets for any Saturday night up until the autumn time. It's a £2 booking fee. Champions Night on August the 31st.
100.
With double trouble the week after that. So do head there if you fancy a Saturday night at the darts here on the South Coast.
100.
If you're lucky enough this Saturday, you might be able to get a selfie with Matthew Edgar. What happens if they're unlucky, Matt?
142.
To get one with you.
So Tingstrom on a finish, 167 to
60.
open up a 3-1 lead.
Did you require 167?
Chibber 19. Bullseye. Clips the wire.
142. $85. Victor required 25.
For a vital breaker throw, a crucial moment in the game.
17.
To this side, double 8 cannot come up trumps.
Mike, you require 136.
We feel like Warby has been waiting for a moment of magic to happen. But that magic isn't going to come by way of a 1-3-6 checker. But what he can do is leave himself in perfect stead.
96.
Just ask the
Victor
question
require
of Tingstrom
8.
to see whether he's up to the task of double 4. Now double 2. He is
Aim
up
shot
to
on
the
the fourth leg.
task. He
Victor
breaks the
Tingstrom.
throw of Warburton and he leads 3-1.
Fifth leg, it's Victor to throw first. Game on. $95.
Warburton cuts the figure of a man that if he went to an ice cream parlour and asked for a 99, he'd be given a 101.
60.
What's her 101?
Basically, hundreds and thousands.
Does it still have a flake?
90.
You're thinking, is this the cheaper option?
$100.
Well, this is a great result for Tingstrom. This is a disaster for Crabtree, who plays Plaisir next. And if Plaisir wins that game, it'll mean
100.
that Tingstrom in the last game of the session, if he beats Ben Payne, will pip the man from Croydon to the post.
That'd be two serious players
140.
dropping into Group C, wouldn't it, with Crabtree and Warburton?
And you'd say Crabtree's now favoured to drop
58.
him. Because Tingstrom's going to probably win this game from this point, or should win the game from this point. Plaisir should beat Crabtree, and Tingstrom should beat Payne.
60. Victor require
But coulda,
158.
shoulda, wouldn't, and all the rest of it.
58. Mike, you require 141.
This would be some way to salvage it. Double 12.
129.
Not quite magic for Mike.
Victor require 100.
Tops. Doesn't go, and so Warburton will get another free. Oh, my.
41. Mike, you require 12.
That literally could have gone anywhere.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
A breaker
Mike
throw from Mike Warburton. A big leg there to keep his hopes alive of being able to win this fixture.
Sinclair
And
gets Mike to throw
he's
first.
not there sort of representing himself because Mike Warburton's fate is decided. He will finish 5th. He can't go up, he can't go down. But
84.
he's up there representing the hopes of Andy Bolton and Cam Crabtree.
He is in Portsmouth purgatory, isn't he, in terms of this group? Kingstrom looking to kick on and head towards the finishing line. As I say, 3 more games to go. Plaisir, Crabtree, Warburton, Bolton, Payne, Kingstrom. And then we'll know our groups for tomorrow and Friday. Group C kicking off at 1 o'clock on the Super Series YouTube channel before we then head over to Group B action at 10 p.m. Doing exactly the same on Friday, and then Saturday, the finals night from 7:30 on the Super Series YouTube channel.
100.
Where the winner from this week will join a decent cast of players that will be playing at Champions Week in a few weeks' time. The 6 players already through: Tom Sykes, Jim Long, my mate Richard Rowlands, Jimmy Van Schie, Neil Duff, Paul Hogan. There's the potential there could be some real names that could be interesting at Champions Week. At the moment, you could probably sway with Sykes, Van Schie and Duff being the favourites at the halfway point.
83. Mike, you require 117. $57. Victor require 137.
Match opportunity again for Tingstrom, but needs 2 perfect darts to give himself the opportunity.
$87.
It's felt a very level, very even game. And we may be all level on the legs column. That's a nice guide, the way the dart's just sat up in the boards.
40.
And that is just a poorly thrown dart there for
50.
Warburton. You can see him almost pulling back at the dart at the point of release.
For the match. And to finally get his first victory of the day. And Tingstrom tastes success. And suddenly he wrestles the Group B race in his favour. He gets the better of Mike Warburton by 4 legs to 2. And it means now he is in a good position to head into the night session. And suddenly it's Cam Crabtree who suddenly sees his back against the wall. That the tail of the tape. Coming up after the break, we'll see the first game from the final round. This Plaisir up against Crabtree on that hallowed stage. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we watched Victor Tingström get the better of Mike Warburton by 4-2. And this is what we have seen today. 12 matches come and gone. And Wesley Plaisir progressing through with relative ease. Needed 2 wins, got the 2 wins. Could complete the card with victory against Cam Crabtree, who, as you can see via the table here, looks as if he's in a decent position on 16 points. However, he's got Plaisir to play, and Tingström, who can overhaul him, has got Ben Payne to play in the last game of the group. Who actually put pay to Andy Bolton, but he now looks in a leisurely position to progress his way through. And so this is a mammoth match for Crabtree. For Plaisir, this is the end of his victory lap, when he can enjoy a couple of days enjoying the Portsmouth amenities. However, for Cam, this has a desperate state of now or never about it.
Got a feeling that Wesley's the sort of player that will probably find a venue nearby with a practice facility, and I think he might be in there throwing some darts.
First leg, it's Wesley to throw first. Game on.
I think he'll be doing the Edgar approach when I won a Group A campaign and spent the next 2 days in bed playing Football Manager.
60.
And did you take Woking from the conference to the Champions League?
I took him to the Premier League.
Well, these two played a mammoth match a
134.
few weeks ago. It was a semi-final of a Pro Tour event. Plaisir won by 7 legs to 3 with an average of 101.64. But the 2 meetings before that were won by Crabtree. However, it's 2-0 to Plaisir this week.
140.
Winning the first game of yesterday by 4-1, averaging 94.44. Winning the last game of Monday
95.
by 4-2 with an average of 93.82. But it's Crabtree who, right from the get-go, has put the Plaisir darts under severe scrutiny.
79. Can we require 87?
Double 5.
77.
And we have seen Wesley
Wesley require 170.
take a leg or so to get going in a match. Needs to be some way to wrestle the first leg in his favour. If he can net in the fish, he's not going to do so. But Crabtree's been fired a warning.
10.
He has had some troubles
No
on the doubles,
score.
and that's another
Wesley
example
requires
of which.
71.
And Plaisir can step in.
These have been the key strength, these combinations. 1 dart in hand at the end of one of those mid-range combos.
31. Can we require
Not on
10?
this occasion, Crabtree gets away with his mistake. That could be tricky.
Game
Oh,
shot
that's
on
a
the first
fantastic
leg.
dart, that one.
Cam
He
Crabtree.
hit the dart on the way in as well, and the way his darts lie and the flat
Second leg, it's
entry,
Cam to throw first.
you don't want it right
Game
on the
on.
wire like that, and that is a fantastic dart from Crabtree.
That felt like a little bit of dart intelligence there from Crabtree. 'Cause it looked like he knew how his darts behaved and managed to slide it in off the barrel on the back of that, and he kicks off leg 2 with a 177.
100. 134.
Great players find this ability to find their best when their backs are against the wall, and so far, this has been the case for Crabtree.
91.
And just to add some meat to the bone, Wesley Plaisir now cannot match the all-time legs difference record for a Group A campaign.
64.
But to be perfectly honest, I think he's going to be more worried about the fact that he could be on the cusp of being 2-0 down here.
100.
Although the
Can we
job's
require
done here
126?
for Wesley in regards to his qualification, he's going to want to do it in the most dominant style possible. He's not going to want to be losing games. He's in that vein of form. Every game matters to a player like Wesley Plaisir. And he could join the record holder of 14 wins on 15. That's a growing list nowadays.
However, Crabtree's in a bit of a mood here. 2-0 up, 14 data.
The leg, it's Wesley to throw first.
He's putting Plaisir under it.
$137.
However, he knows that against a player of this quality, he has to play at this level for the entirety of the match.
59.
He can't play it in spells like he did against Bolton. He's surging. He's surging.
140.
Thought you were going to break into a bit of High School Musical then.
40.
No one needs to know about that.
$137.
Crabtree just changing the equipment. Something doesn't feel right. Mid-match pit stop.
What probably don't feel right now for him is the absolute assault on this leg from Wesley Plaisir. 137, 140, 137. It would take an awful lot of Wesley Plaisir mistakes here to give Crabtree an opportunity to get the double break.
87.
I think this is a write-off for him. Plaisir leads himself on double 16 after 12. Crabtree can only try and apply pressure.
95. Wesley required 32.
Well, to reduce the arrears to half the deficit, back to 2-1.
Wesley Plaisir.
Crabtree accrued the break in leg 1. Needs to use it to its fullest advantage here.
Game on.
This a sliding doors moment in this contest. Crabtree holds, he's in control. But if Plaisir can haul it back, then he becomes favourite to win this contest.
Well, the odds compilers haven't give up hope really with Wesley. You say he could be favourite. He is.
100.
Despite the fact he needs to find a break from somewhere. They've seen enough in his performance so far this week to know he can claw this back, but we know enough, don't we, in Cam Crabtree, to know he knows how to serve out these opportunities.
45.
When Wesley made the final, Cam was in the semis.
Well, we know contextually this is a big match, particularly for Cam. But the performance here from both players have been exemplary. Cam's brought his average up now to beyond the ton mark. He's left himself on 81 after 9. And it doesn't matter what Plaisir does here, because Crabtree's got 6. Double 12 for an 11-dart leg. Crabtree's one away.
Cam Crabtree.
Real sign of respect that from Wesley.
Wesley to throw first.
These two know each other inside out. There's the fullest of respect on this stage.
60.
Well, Matt, what a game we're being treated to.
Yeah, another quality game here from the pair. Seems to be the case anytime Wesley's on there, doesn't he? People raising their game against him. They know he's the big hitter. They know he's the man of the moment. And they want to get there and get that win.
131.
And Wesley won't want to leave with a defeat, because it just then leaves an air of susceptibility
99.
about him. I don't think anybody can doubt his quality, but if he loses his last match,
59.
it just creeps a lingering doubt in the mind.
$126.
Hit big here, Wesley. Oh, he could be done.
140.
That is when he rises to the occasion. When you're playing well, when you're feeling good. Those situations aren't pressure, those are fun.
100.
Well, here we go. It's one of those moments. Plaisir on a ton plus out. Crabtree on a 2-darter. Plaisir first poke. Treble 17. Doesn't go. And so Cam Crabtree, who began the day 4th place in the table,
requires 76.
could seal his place in the night session if he takes out this 76. One dart in his hand. Double top.
41.
He's had no fun there today.
Wesley required 32.
And he can fail to convert when he needed it the most. And Plaisir, as expected, takes full advantage. And now this is the leg.
6th leg, it's Cam to throw first.
And they both know it,
Game
and they
on.
both sense it. Crabtree with the darts. Having missed a dart to win it.
Well, he comes up dry on the opening visit. In this situation in the past, Wesley's been getting 5 big power trebles, but that's blocked. That's tricky.
33.
That is an absolute mess. Neither player gaining anything there on visit number 1.
I think that's as close to a Christmas present as you're going to get from Wesley.
57.
Crabtree cannot kick on.
Well, if that was a Christmas gift before, Henry, it must be birthday very soon after.
Well, you can actually remember Cam Crabtree's birthday because this is the name of it's one of the first lines of an Earth, Wind and Fire track. You can always remember the 21st night of September because that's the date of his birthday.
140.
And he has thrown Earth, Wind and Fire at Plaisir.
Goes this way so he can utilise the ball.
101.
Leaves himself on the 170. The biggest finish of them all. A chance to level it up. Crabtree not quite had his scoring boots on in this leg, but finds it at the end when it's needed the most and leaves himself within striking range. Could that be the biggest visit of the game? This could be.
This is a mammoth dart. That's a mammoth find. That's the fish. As Crabtree was stood set to take aim to win the game.
7th and final leg, it's Wesley to throw first. Game
boy,
on.
oh boy, was that big. Boy, oh boy, that could hurt. And boy, oh boy, is this game changed. How the ascendancy can swing on a pinhead.
Well, 6 perfect darts there from Wesley to completely turn this one around and make himself big favourite. But Cam is not going to lie down. Cam hit him back. I said he's missing 2 things this week. He's done one of them. Maybe he's going to save the 9-darter for Saturday.
Crabtree has to hit a max here. He has to. He may do.
And even then he's going to be against it.
180.
Both players 5 power trebles from the 6 darts thrown. But Wesley's just relentless. Relentless in his attack. It could be a 10-darter to get the job done, to follow the 170. This is absolutely spectacular.
Crabtree has thrown everything at him.
80.
Absolutely
Wesley
everything at
36.
him. But Plaisir with the power play of the 170 and a 10-dart leg to finish.
Wesley
Plaisir finishes with a statement. Cam Crabtree was left on 64 to win the game by 4 legs to 2. Plaisir then took out the fish. He then fired in a 10-dart leg to win the contest in a last leg decider. The tail of the tape reads possibly one of the best games we've seen. 102.48 Plaisir. Crabtree loses with an average in excess of a ton. 4 for 5 on the doubles. The 170 checkout. And breathe. And breathe. And relax. And we go to a break. And we watch Warby against Bolton.
thinking, hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's 100 quid down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match starts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through.
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Well, how about that for drama before the break? Wesley Plaisir taking out the big fish, followed by a 10-dart leg to beat Cad Crabtree in a last leg decider. Crabtree was sat on 64 to win the match by 4 legs to 2, was unable to even get the opportunity, and then Plaisir with the darts, with a 10-darter. Crabtree physically with nothing he could do about it, apart from hit a 9. So Andy Bolton needs a leg to progress his way through to Group B tomorrow night. If Wolverton wins 4-0, then Crabtree would go above Bolton by the metric of legs 1. And it would mean Tingstrom would take on Payne in the last.
It's Mike to throw first. Game on.
And what will be an intriguing battle.
Well, Andy Bolton's been playing very well, hasn't he, in the last couple of games, and has looked the more likely player to emerge from the pack. Wolverton trying to leave with something a little bit positive.
100.
Has lost the last 3 games and has come off the stage looking very frustrated, hasn't he, Mike Wolverton? And I think that's probably the real
59.
key factor.
But Warby will be adept enough to this format to know that if he can just leave a win here today, whatever happens before, you kind of at least give yourself some kind of positivity to move into the next day. You've played in this format and you know how a player minds work. You could win 4 games and lose your last and be disappointed about the 1 defeat. But if you win your last game, you feel like you've got to come and comfort no matter what happens.
Yeah, it's a strange format in the fact of it keeps you thinking.
45.
Keeps you working things out. Keeps you, as much as you don't want to look at the table, you're almost kind of aware of it at all times.
92.
Great last start.
140.
Cracking last start for Warburton to leave himself on 76. Remember, Bolton just needs the one leg, but a 4-0 defeat. Crabtree would go in front of him.
76.
And Tincton plays Payne in the last. Warby's been wanting to do some damage today. He's wanted to do some spoiling. He still could do some spoiling here.
Game
Tops
shot
to
on the
1-0.
first leg.
Warburton's on the board.
Second leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on. $140. $140.
Beginning to follow the darts up a bit better now, is Warby, compared to what he was doing earlier on in the day.
140.
But already Bolton in this game has had 3 140 turns. Cracking contest this. So remember, Bolton needs just the one
60.
leg. Just the one leg to progress through to tomorrow night's Group B.
$44. $60.
Well, I was getting ready to say beautiful setup play there, but he's ended up slipping it into the double. Still, he's down after 12. Good scoring leg here for Andy Bolton, and he'll be hoping to mop this up, but word of warning was this was where the problems laid early on in the day for Andy Bolton.
Well, so Leicester
41.
spotted 23. Don't see this checked out very often. 788.
Game shot on the
For
second leg.
14
Andy
data,
Bolton.
and Bolton is level at 1-1.
The leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
And that leg means that Bolton will be back tomorrow night.
140.
But Warby's really beginning to get his lie together. It's going to be about how he can recover tomorrow.
78.
How well he sleeps tonight. How well he can just get over the disappointment of this group. And then push on. Kick on. When it goes to tomorrow's action.
60.
So we pretty much know now Group B. Andy Bolton's there alongside Jared Cole, Aidan Kirk, Harry Gregory. And either one of
100.
Crabtree or Tingstrom. C will be Warburton, Payne, Paxton, Marsh, and
60.
Crew Bevan. That is how the rest of the week will pan out here.
100. $100. $97. Mike, you require 141.
Chopper 19 does a go, but will come back for the 1-2-6.
109. And he require 126.
We'll start down on the 19s here. Single for ball, treble for sixes. It's going to be a dart at the ball.
95. Mike, you require 32.
I think, Signal there that Andy Bolton maybe felt that with a bit of lift in it, a little bit of shoulder.
Can he clip it off the barrel?
Game shot in the third.
2-1 Warby.
Mike Warburton.
2-1 Warburton.
Full play against Andy to throw first. Game on.
And Bolton behind, despite averaging nigh on a ton.
140.
His best starts did come with the darts, didn't they, in leg number 2. He looks to continue that pattern as he kicks off with a 140. Warburton doesn't need a breaker throw. It'd be
100.
nice. It'd make it easier for him. Make things a little bit more comfortable.
100.
Mike Warburton must be thinking, how have I only finished with 10, with 8 points as exactly. It'd be 10 if he wins this
100.
game.
100.
Does he finish with plus 33 legs difference, 28 points, which is the
100. And he
second
required
best behind David
161.
Evans, who had 28 points and plus 36 legs difference.
99.
Joins that club of players that have won 14 out of 15. Kind of a forgotten story because of the context of the last match.
60. And he requires 62.
So treble 10 for double 16 for Bolton. 20 for double 16. For Desmond. For 2-2.
46.
Doesn't go.
Mike, you require 141.
We've seen some big finishes today. We've seen the biggest one of them all. This will be the biggest one for Mike Warburton for the week.
Game shot the fourth.
And he finds
Mike
a massive
Warburton.
finish. 141, the biggest he's hit so far.
It's Mike to throw
And
first.
this has been
Game
an
on.
exhibition of big finishing this week.
So much so that my pin's gone dead.
$140. $87.
You feel this would probably be just desserts, really, wouldn't you, for Warburton? He's probably played a lot better than the results suggest.
95. $140.
Plenty of work still to do. Andy Bolton not laying down and accepting his fate.
Well, Andy's just not that type of player, is he? There was a sense and a feeling after he lost to Ben
57.
Payne by 4 legs to 3 that Bolton could have been swimming against the tide, having lost each of his opening 2. Rallied back well, and it's that win against Crabtree, wasn't it, in the middle of the session, that's the
100.
overbearing difference maker now.
$59. $134.
Incredible setup play again there for Bolton. He sat on a finish, hoping to take it out. But we've seen this before. Warburton landing a big haymaker blow. And he can't do it for a second occasion.
96. And he require 40.
So, tots for Bolton for 3-2. Double 10 for 3-2. Well, that's a bit of a flyer, and so
No
Warburton
score.
now presented with the
Mike, you require
opportunity of a
54.
4-1 win if he could take out the 54. Tots for the win. A deserved win. A book-ended day with wins for Mike Warburton. It's been a trying group for him. And tomorrow's going to be all about reset mentality for the Welshman. Andy Bolton got the one leg he needed to progress his way into Group B tomorrow night. And so now, all the pressure's on Victor Tingstrom. The equation is simple. He wins, he's into Group B. If he loses, Crabtree hangs on by the skin of his teeth. Hi there, welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we see the final game of the group between Victor Tingstrom and Ben Payne. Tingstrom needs a win to put himself into B. It would consign Crabtree to C. However, there should be a word of warning about this fixture. I need to go home. Payne won this game 4-1 on Monday, and so has a 1-1 record against Tingstrom. And we know what last games of groups can herald. And we also know that Ben Payne has been playing better today than he has done at any point in the week.
140.
Could he play the role of spoiler in this match, or is it going to be a Tingstrom rally towards tomorrow night?
I think a lot of this comes down to what Tingstrom we get. I think that's where it hangs. For Ben Payne, he has played better today, but still hasn't been able to get beyond the 83 average, which is still his best for the week. He's either going to need to raise it significantly, or we see a drop-off from Tingstrom.
83.
Well, the thing is, Ben Payne can play with a bit of freedom, whereas Tingstrom has got all the pressure on his shoulders with an expectation to win this game and a necessity to win this game. This is a game between two players, but there's a third person watching on.
180, bending record 136.
Maximum Doesn't leave him on a finish, but it just keeps Ben Payne honest.
60.
Well, this leg's changed.
123.
Suddenly this has to go for Ben.
76.
Suddenly, he needs to find tops.
56.
He doesn't, and
Victor
Tingstrom
requires
is
74.
in. Double 10. Can he clip that off the barrel?
64.
Too far across.
Then you require 20.
And so it's 2 10s for Ben Payne.
Game shot on the
Fines,
first
fires,
set. Ben
1-0.
Second leg, it's Victor to throw first. Game on. $134. 55. 60. 180.
Well then, now then.
$140.
Takes for that 140, just sorts the situation out. But Ben Payne here is looking more likely now
59. Victor
than he has done at any other point this week. Victor Tingstrom does not want to hear that, although he does have 6 to level up.
97. 29. Victor requires 70.
2 8s to square up.
Game
2 8s found is a 14 darter for Victor Tingstrom to level this encounter up. It's 1-1.
Third leg, it's Ben to throw first. Game on. $74. 134.
Tingstrom starting to find the flow.
137.
But I think what you said at the start, I think will probably be quite important and just be a memory there for Tingstrom that on Monday this was the last game of the day and
60.
Tingstrom wasn't able to get the result. When you've got that sort of head-to-head record, when someone's got that win against
78.
you, and then when all the pressure's on Tingstrom, for Ben Payne, this is a freebie.
And Ben Payne also knows he just had to do it in 4 legs in this match. He has the darts. Oh, great last dart from Tingstrom.
140.
Just finding 2 treble turns in important times.
93. Victor require 167.
Oh, he couldn't find the 167 now, could he? No. And so Payne will come back for the 119 to put himself 2-1 to the good. 21 scored, so 98 left. Not to be, so Tingstrom will return for the 68 to break the throw to lead 2-1. 16, double 16 or 8 for tops. It's going to be double 16. It's going to be 1 dart.
36.
It's going to be missed.
Then you require 84.
It may just be a dart of the... Oh, no. Ben Payne did the cardinal sin and now allows Tingstrom in.
Game
2-1.
shot
He's
on
got the
third
break
leg.
and now has
Victor
the
Tingstrom.
game and has his fate in his own hands.
Fourth leg, it's Victor to throw first. Game on. $97. $58.
Beginning to turn the screw now, Victor Tingstrom. And this is becoming a little bit of a pattern now as well for Ben Payne, isn't it? It hits the ground running and doesn't quite keep the pace of the game.
41.
Though he doesn't play a lot of long format darts, he plays his darts on a Friday night in his local league. Maybe that is just very short format games, and that might be what he's used to.
58.
Also plays a lot of vault systems, which traditionally are best of 3 as well. So
41.
it looks like he's built more for the sprint than the marathon.
And this actually a bit of a sprint in itself.
It's a sprint in terms of pro darts or international darts, but in regards to the more localised players or the regions, you still be playing majority of times best of 3 or at a push best of 5.
77.
Wow, Tingstrom's pushing here, isn't he? Really pushing on. Leaves Tots a 3-1. He's got his opponent where he wants him, and he's also got his fate where he wants it.
Victor required 40.
And Payne is 6 darts back.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Academic anyway.
Victor
Tingstrom 3-1 up and a leg away for Group B.
Fifth leg, it's Ben to throw first. $45.
And it feels like now Tingstrom will do it in his own time. He holds the aces. He holds the cards.
140.
That 140, seismic.
$41.
Well, it feels like now it's done. It feels like Tingstrom's beginning to break the back of this
96.
contest. And so it'd be Tingstrom, Bolton, Cole, Gregory and Kirk in B. And Crabtree, Warburton,
41.
Payne, Bevan, Marsh and Paxton in C.
$95.
Well, the big fish has had its say today, hasn't it?
Yeah, Wesley Players here treating us to that earlier on today. Can Victor join the party? Oh, that's beautiful. That's ideal. That's inviting. But it's not going to be how we end the day. But it looks inevitable that we're going to be ending the day with a Tingstrom win and Ben Payne tasting his 13th defeat of the week.
65.
Well, you hope that he's going to recover for Group C tomorrow and Friday, but for Victor Tingstrom, it's going to be a case of tomorrow night. If he can find double 18,
29.
But he is going to get time.
At least another visit.
84.
3 darts in hand for Victor to finish second in the table.
Well, it's been a trying and testing day. And Tingstrom's not crossed the line. He has not crossed the line just yet. Boy, this would be a power play. But the 116 isn't going to go. And
56.
so Tingstrom here
require 18.
to finally confirm his place in the night session. Splits for double 4. Fires the double 4. And Victor Tingström fires his place into Group B. He beats Ben Payne by 4 legs to 1. He got off to the worst possible start. He lost each of his first 3 games, but held his nerve towards the end of the session to confirm his place into Group B. You have to feel for Cam Crabtree. He was sat on 64 to beat Wesley Plaisir. Plaisir took out the big fish and then a 10-darter in the decider, but it is Tingström who held strong, and he's going to be in Group B. But it's a group that was absolutely dominated by Wesley Plaisir. He played 15, he won 14, he was comfortably through to Saturday night's final. Myself and Matt are going to have a chat with him in a couple of moments' time. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the drama today has been in the race as far as getting into Group B was concerned. Victor Tingström pipping Cam Crabtree to the post. Crabtree was left on 64 to make it through to the night session, but the man who's alongside us now, who comprehensively won Group A, Wesley Plaisir, took out the 170, then took out a 10-darter to win that match. That was one of 14 wins, Wes, you got over the course of that campaign. You've settled on that stage and then some, haven't you, this week?
Yeah, I felt pretty good on the stage. And yeah, of course, the last game was the best game of the day. The 170 and then the 10-dart leg. Amazing.
What does that say about you as a player? Because Cam fired 102 against you, was left on 64 when the 170 went. What does that say about your composure under pressure?
This week it's pretty good. Sometimes of course, under pressure, I think I'm on my best. But like I played this week, it's amazing.
And then the 10-darter thereafter. When you're in that moment, you're in that mode, and things like that happen, for the mere mortal amongst us, what is that feeling like?
To hit it on that moment, yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, let's start with the 170. I was on 170 and I had to like hit it and just try to play one good match, because I was already through. I was already first, but I want to win every game I play, and I hit the 170, amazing. And then I started 180, 140, and like he hit the 180 back. He was on the 181, we are 181, and I hit the 145. So when I hit the 145, I thought like, I'm gonna win it.
That feeling's very easy to describe. If you could just saw Wesley's face while he's watching that video back from the 170 moment, a big smile all across the face. When you're playing well, those sort of shots become easy. And when someone's hitting you hard like Cam Crabtree was, what you end up doing is you start raising your game. And that's what Wesley did there. The harder Cam Crabtree came at him, the harder he came back for more. And that's just what confidence does and what form does. And when you're looking at the difference between a form line, that is it. You rise to those occasions, and he produced the very, very best when he needed it. And that is the key. Not because he wanted to, because he had to.
I don't know whether you know about this, Wesley, but you've got one of the best ever Group A campaigns we've ever had here at the Super Series. If you just have a look down at the monitor there, it's actually the second best of all time. No one's ever won all 15 matches, but 28 points plus 33 legs difference. And also to do it in a group that is as good as this week's group must be an amazing feeling for yourself.
I was going up today and I was telling myself, just try to get 28 points. First, try to get through to Saturday. And then I won the first two and I want to get them 28 points, but I didn't know someone already had 28 points, but I couldn't imagine anyone ever had 30 because it's so hard to keep 15 games, to keep your focus for 15 games. And when you're through, it's hard to keep your focus. But for me, it was trying to get some kind of record. The averages were good, so trying to get the best averages possible. And I'm on 28, finished.
Shows where the mind is at the moment for Wesley, doesn't it? When you're thinking beyond. He didn't come in today thinking get it confirmed, win the group. Wasn't thinking about getting through to Saturday. It was win all the games, get to 28 points. Can I set a record? He wasn't sure if 28 would be enough, but I'll get to 28 and we'll see at the end. And that just shows where it is at the moment. It's all win. It's all positive.
Wait, so we'll have another little chat with you in just a second, but Matt and I are going to round up what we have seen today as far as Wednesday is concerned. This is how the table ends up then in the group. Plaisir winning it by 12 points in the end, but that race for Group B, Matt, that was enthralling, and I can imagine Cam Crabtree's going to feel deflated right now.
I think he will, but it'll be very short term because I think when he looks ahead to Group C, I think he's going to really fancy his chances in there. He's going to fancy his chances against Ben Payne, who's not been too successful here in this Group A campaign. I don't think he's going to be too fearful of the players coming in there, so I think he's going to look at that and go, do you know what? I've got to beat Mike Warburton. If I do that, I could probably win the group. For Cam Crabtree, it doesn't matter what way he gets in, as long as he's in Saturday night, and I think whatever group he went into, he was going to navigate a way in.
Wasn't Victor's best day today, but towards the end rallied and got those 2 wins that he needed to get through.
That's just what he needs to find, isn't it? A little bit of consistency, because yesterday it was absolutely brilliant, and on day 1 and day 3 it's been a little bit hit and miss. If you can find somewhere in between, somewhere in the middle, because as a player, when you go up against someone like Victor, who's got these different levels, you can get a bit of comfort even when they're playing really well. When he's averaging the 100, you think, well, he's going to come off the boil at some point. He's going to stop hitting. And he just needs to show the rest of the pack here that little bit of consistency and that firmness, that par level of performance.
And is Andy Bolton getting better as the week's going along?
Yes. Patchy at times. Andy Bolton will probably be disappointed with his return. And I think a lot of that comes down to the doubles. He could have made life so much easier for him in that Group B. At the start of the day, he was still in a race where he could potentially cause an argument at the top end of the table. The doubles let him down today against Ben and against Wesley.
And as far as you're concerned, Wes, into Saturday night's final, got a couple of days off now. What's the plan between now and then?
Take some rest, get a good sleep, of course, and try to watch the Dutch as possible, and just look at the world match play probably.
So you're going to see try and see what the opposition are up against. See what you're going to do. We're going to basically go up against on Saturday.
To be honest, I didn't even expect to be on top of this group easy, because this was, for me, it was the hardest group I've ever seen at Modus, and I thought it was a really tight group. Like there was a possibility four people would end up with 18 points, and then probably on leg difference you can get through. But I'm happy with the way I played this week until now. I hope I can do Saturday again, and then we'll see what happens.
Because obviously last time you here, you got through to the Saturday, but just missed out in the semi-finals.
I got to the semi-final.
Yeah, just missed out when you got to the semi-final. I meant lost in the semi-final, didn't you?
Yeah, I lost against Patrick. Yeah, that's right. It was. I don't know. To be honest, last year I came here to get some confidence because I didn't play good the first half year of last year, and to get here. I was happy to get here because I could play on the stage again. It was a long time ago. To get the confidence back, and I played a couple of really good games. I lost the semi-final against Patrick, but I was happy with the way I played over the whole week. And then the last half year it was pretty good. Get to the lakeside at the end, and to this year is like I come in with so much confidence and I'm trying to win this if it's possible. And when I saw the group, I thought like it's gonna be really hard, but I know I have a chance. At the moment, I'm feeling probably better than ever, and let's see what happens on Saturday.
Wow. Matt, just very quickly, just want to go through the breakdown with yourself, because this is what we're going to see throughout the course of the rest of the week. Tingstrom, Bolton, Kirk, Cole, Gregory, B. Bevan, Paxton, Marsh, Warburton, Payne, Crabtree, C. What's your thoughts?
We can get 5, can't we, out of Group A that makes
as a maximum,
as Saturday, and that's what I'm going with. I'm going with the 5 players that are coming out of this Group A. I think we're going to get the maximum amount in Saturday, and then plus one other from somewhere else. I think this group's been fantastic, and it's going to take something to dislodge them.
Well, it'd be an intriguing end, that is for sure. Wesley, many congratulations on winning Group A. Thank you for coming up and joining us. Enjoy your couple of days off. We'll see you Saturday. I shall see you tomorrow afternoon. And we shall see you tomorrow afternoon as well. 1 o'clock, we kickstart on the Super Series YouTube channel to see how Group C gets underway. But as far as Group A is concerned, well, Wesley Plaisir, it was a procession through to Saturday night. Third maximum of the match. Also get the break back. Double 12. For another party piece of Plaisir. A 1-4-4 to square this game up at 2-2.